acknowledge the presence of the following: our National President, Jerry Asuncion, is attending virtually. Our National Executive Vice President, Carlito Alpay, attending physically.
Chris?
Our National Vice President for Internal Affairs, Marin Eric De Luna, also attending physically. Our Vice President for Technical Affairs, Edwin Delgado, attending virtually. Our National Treasurer, Siegfried Sia, the Vice President, National Vice President for National Capital Region, Archel Bacoli, and of course, the Vice President for Visayas, attending physically, Greg Sinining, and our Vice President for Mindanao, Fred Butin. Other national officers are still finding out to connect with the link. Now, aside from that, attending physically also is our OIC and the O&D manager of the National Secretariat, Fritz Barrel. And attending virtually is our membership and regional secretary, Eunice Samiliano. Salamat sa tanan. Thank you. Back to you.
Hindi na na-recognize. Alright. Engineer.
Sir Jerry?
Is it already my time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Mayad buntag, good morning, mayad nga aga sa tanan, including online viewers. I would like to sincerely thank the Board of Mechanical Engineering Chairman, the Honorable Leandro E. Conti, and then the Honorable Lorenzo Larion, the Vice Mayor of Cebu City, Honorable Michael E. Rama, which I believe nasa site, PSME Chapter Presidents of the Unified Chapter of Visayas, national officers who are present on site and in the zone, fellow PSME members, friends, sponsors, and guests. I would like to thank everyone for your presence, participation, and all the support in the 7th PSME Visayas Regional Conference, which is being organized by the Unified Chapters of Visayas with the Cebu Hotel and Building Engineers Chapters as the lead host through its chapter president, Dr. Edwin Torello, and with the guidance of the Haringganges of Visayas, our very own VP for Visayas, Engineer Greg Sinining. As you know, the 7th BRC is our first hybrid regional conference with some delegates gathered at the Big Hotel in Mandawi, which is here today, while some, like me, are attending virtually via the virtual platform. And on behalf of the PSME National Board, I am extending my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the organizing committee for their laudable efforts in ensuring the success of this event. The 7th BRC offers 12 technical seminars for our delegates that we are sure will give them additional learnings, not only for their personal advancement, but also for our professionals to share such technical know-how in helping the community and the government in solving current problems in whatever they can. For this, I thank our very enthusiastic resource speakers for sharing their expertise aligned to our national program in making PSME a technical community. I also thank our members who, despite the issues being floated by some restless personalities, are here supporting our program and manifesting their continued trust to our leaders with the convictions that nothing is impossible if we all work together as a solid and unified professional organization. For the next decades, it will be the turn of the next generation of professionals to match, if not outshine, the achievements of their elders, not only for their personal advancement, but also for service to our countrymen. Let us therefore develop them professionally, not only in their technical skills, but also in the soft skills needed for effective leadership in the future. The present National Board, which actually only 4 months in service, is doing its best to expedite urgent and pending tasks affecting the whole organization, like the renewal of our certificate as an EPO and as a CPD provider. It is just sad to note that there are fair weather chapters that support the national leadership only in good times and abandon us in bad times, or when faced with challenges. Organizational problems are supposed to be solved more expeditiously when there is unity and when members offer solutions and supports its officers rather than abandoning your national office. Anyway, all this will come to an end. We are still lucky because majority of our members still think of the best interests of the general membership over and above their personal interests or those of certain personalities. Rest assured that we are doing everything for the good of PSME and its members. As the theme of our event established is the fact that the pandemic caused a tremendous impact on public health, food systems, financial security, and socio-economic conditions of majority of countries worldwide, and is continuing up to this time. There is no going back to the previous normal. As a mechanical engineers, we are being challenged to move ahead. Let us adapt to the present times, innovate, and find newer and more effective ways to help solve current problems faced by our country, so that our profession will continue to be great contributors to our country's economic recovery for national development. My beloved PSME members, it is said that life can be difficult if all you see is everything that is wrong. Start focusing on what is right, what is good, what is constructive, and what can be done, as well as what you can contribute to make it done. We all want to be part of the outcome, so we will appreciate if you can also be part of the process by contributing whatever you can to be part of the solution. Let us remember that consistent small steps are way better than just one big step with no further progress. In closing, I appeal to you to love our organization, our beloved PSME. Allow us to finish what we started and ensure the continuity of our plans, programs, good governance, and sincere service to our members as we have pledged to do. But we can only do this with your full support, full trust, and full cooperations. I pray that you give that to us. Thank you very much. Mabuhay ang PSME at mabuhay po tayong lahat. Back to you, MC. Thank you very much once again.
Applause for our PSME National President Engineer Jerry Asuncion.
Okay. I'd just like to remind everybody, this is just a gentle reminder to observe social distancing and please wear your face mask at all times.
At all times po tayo mga sir ha. May police officer po dyan sa labas. Baka madampot po kayo. Okay. And now, without further ado, to introduce the BME or the Board of Mechanical Engineering, we have the Deputy Vice President of the Visayas, Engineer Ami Lauron. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, fellow engineers. Thank you very much, our energetic MC. It's indeed great honor and distinct privilege that I was assigned a Herculean task to introduce a man, a friend of mine, equally known to everyone here in our PSME community. Friends, ladies, colleagues in PSME, and gentlemen, please help welcome the man who will give us the firing moment to inspire us all. From the Professional Regulation Commission, Board of Mechanical Engineering, the Honorable Lorenzo Larion. Tagaan na tos masipang pakpak. Daghang salamat.
Ami, Nag-transgender kaya tayo. May buntag. Kamusta na kamo? It's been so long. I've been here 1 year and 6 months ago. Tagal na, no?
Sa BRC pa sir.
Yeah, even sa airport naligaw ako. Dahil nung huling punta ko, hindi pa ganun yung airport. At nung sinundo ako ni President Edwin, hindi ko siya nakilala kasi parehas na kami ng buhok. Ganun ang ginawa ng pandemic sa akin. Ang laki ng pinagkaiba sa buhay, sa pananaw, at saka sa pag-uugali natin. That is actually, sabi ko nga, ang pandemic, mas maraming na-consume ang kamay ko ng alcohol kaysa sa bibig ko for the last 1 year and months. Mas marami yung alcohol ko, saka nagamit ko sa aking kamay kaysa sa tinake kong alcohol. Baka naging 95 to 5% for the last 1.5 years. So, tama-tama, nagkaroon ng inspection sa project ko dito sa Cebu, kaya ayun, napasama na ako. Di ko mapahindihan si Edwin eh. Sabi niya sa akin na dumaan ka dito. Sabi ko, sige, silip lang ako. Silip lang. Kaya nga, I would like to make an apology to our chairman dahil nakalimutan kong magdala ng kurbata. It is not proper, but ang chairman mo nakakurbata tapos yung member hindi. Hindi naman ako pinapahiram ni Edwin. Tsaka ayoko naman ng kurbata mo, PSME. Well, I would like to focus on my talk on CPD. Okay? So in other words, you members, if you're not, if the seminars that you attended is not a CPD providers, you can apply your CPD points by self-directed learning. But the problem is, if you apply that for self-directed learning, magbabayad pa kayo ng 500 sa PRC. And of course, only 30% of the total unit earns will be, in other words, will be credited to your part. So pwede kahit na hindi provider yung inyong inatinan. Kaya lang medyo may kahirapan i-apply nyo ng self-directed learning, SDL, gagawa kayo ng narrative report, kung ano yung natutunan nyo, kung ano yung topic na inyong inatinan. Then pag in-apply nyo sa PRC yun, magbabayad pa kayo ng 500. That is the difference between a provider and not a CPD provider. Kaya kung SDL lahat ang gusto nyong port, ipunin nyo na lang. Kasi kung isa-isa nyong i-apply, 500 ng 500 yon. Ipunin nyo na lang. Anyway, the renewal cycle will be 3 years from now. You have up to December 31 to renew your license without any penalties and surcharge. So, Unified Chapters of Cebu, maraming salamat sa pag-imbita nyo. Hindi ko mapahindihan ng presidente nyo dahil nakita ko kamukha ko ng buhok. Pero mas matanda ako dyan. 45 na siya, 46 ako eh. Sa patanda ako na 1 taon dyan. So, to PSME officers, hello. Greg, Maren, and the next president, Carlito, Lito Alpay. Siyempre, EBP eh. Yun ang susunod eh. And then of course, your president, Edwin, my colleague in the engineering and faculty of education 10 years ago, because I retired teaching 2010 to focus on something else. So, mabubuhay ang Unified Chapters of... By the way, sino-sino yung taga ibang chapter? Lapu-Lapu, meron ba? Ayun, nag-iisa. Taga West Balamban. Ayun, yan ang paborito ko eh.
Dami, sir.
Yan, dami. Nandiyan ba si Saldi? Ayun, nandiyan ba si Noel? Lauron? Coming. Parang sinasabi ko yan, I'm coming. Nung papunta ko dito, sabi ko kay Saldi, tinext ko Saldi, sabi ko, kita tayo sa Cebu. So maraming salamat. Sino pa yung taga-iba? Mandawi, marami sigurado yan. Cebu South. Oh. Cebu, ano ba yung kay Joe Arib? Cebu Central. Nagtawag ba kayo ng attendance?
Ng chapter, sir.
Ng chapter? Okay naman pala eh. So, ang dami. Sinong absent lang?
Online po yung iba. Online po yung iba. Sa
Well,
Zoom.
taga Toledo, kay Eric. Ayun. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Alam mo yung pagpunta sa Toledo, dadaan ka muna sa West Balamban eh. Lalasigin ka muna ni Saldi bago ka makarating doon sa Toledo. Saldi Batigas is my students way back, TIP siguro mga 20 years ago or 30 years ago. So maraming salamat sa inyong lahat sa pag-imbita. Mabuhay ang UCC. And of course, I hope to see you again on next better times. Mabuhay ang UCC.
Thank you, Honorable Lorenzo P. Larion. And now, to introduce to us our guest speaker this morning, let me call on our PSME National Treasurer, Engineer Siegfried Sia. I think.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mic test.
Sir, yes, we can hear you, but I think we have a little problem, sir. Our guest speaker, Honorable Michael L. Rama, is not around, but
Okay.
still coming, sir. Yeah, so we'll just summon you when he comes here, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
For the introduction of the keynote speaker for this day, I'd like to call on the President of Mandawi Chapter and UCC Chairman, Engineer Russell Robert Matusa.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Sir Levy. Thank you, Engineer Regine. Good morning, fellow mechanical engineers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm going to introduce to you our keynote speaker. He is a professional mechanical engineer with a vast experience, local and international. To give you a few, he is also the former member of the Board of Mechanical Engineering, and then also member of the PJEPA or the Philippine-Japan Partnership Agreement on Mutual Recognition Arrangements. Also, he was the member of the Philippine-Japan Partnership Agreement on the Movement of Natural Persons or MNP. One thing also, he was the Deputy Chair for Asian Monitoring Committee on Engineering Services of the Philippines, or what we called AMSES. Also, he was the Chairman of the Asian Charter Professional Engineering Coordinating Committee, or ACPEC. And last but not the least, he is our current Chairman of the Board of Mechanical Engineering. Let us all welcome Honorable Leandro A. Conti, PE.
Dengan salamat, Rosel, pag-introduce sa ako. Again, thank you very much for the invites. Engineer Edwin, also si Ami, daghang salamat. Of course, to your PSME National President, Jerry, and to all the members of the board, daghang salamat. And most especially sa committee ni Edwin na nagtabang na maging malampos ang conference sa Visayas, no? Malampos. So daghang salamat sa inyo tanan sa suporta kay kina Edwin, no? O tanang committee nga nintabang, no? And of course, sa tanang nag-attend, no? Online and face to face, kasi kung wala mo, wala tay kuan dire, dili ta mabibo, no? And of course, pinakahuli yung mga sponsors nyo tanan, no? Bisan medyo lisod ang panahon, naagyapon sa likod para suportahan ng tanan, no? So daghang salamat sa pag-imbita sa mua. Actually, pareha sa gisulti ni Honorable Lawrence, naa siya'y project nga gianhi dire. Pero dili niya pwede isulti nga i-sideline na lang ang UCC conference. No? At least man lang siguro pare 50-50 ang importance, hindi lang sideline. So sa akin naman, actually, ang tinood, wala pa ning convention, nag-istorya man ni Ami mo ni Kog Cebu. Niya, ingon man siya na since na may conference, i-timing na lang, no? Para ang oras, sa gastos, isa na lang. So, siyempre, kinsa may makabalibad og taga Cebu kay pare-parehas man ta. So, na preference mo balik og Cebu. And dagham sa taga-amigo dire. Pero believe ko ni Lawrence, mga pangalan sa mga chapter president kay ilatanan eh. Kasi akala ko mabababae lang mga pangalan ang nami-memorize niyan eh. Pati lalaki pala, galing mag-memorize. Ako wala akong maalala eh. Dami kong kaibigan, mukha lang maalala ko eh. Hindi ko matandain sa pangalan eh. Pero pag numero ng bahay at saka cellphone number, yun na memorize ko yan. Madali ako. Pero pag pangalan, nakakalimutan ko na. Well, again, thanks very much for all of the... well, just to inform everybody, no, yung ginagawa namin sa PRC, alam ko lahat gusto niyo marinig to. Yung examination namin sa August, ito malapit na. Again, for your information, last night, President Duterte just announced yung GCQ. Parang hindi pa rin nagbago yung quarantine application, no? And we have already received a lot of letters requesting for deferment ng exam. So if it will be postponed or deferred in February 2022 na, so this is the third time that we will be deferring the exam. So wala tayong magagawa kasi ang number one major consideration is health and safety. No? Kasi pag nag-COVID dun sa exam, baka babalikan kami, baka mawala kami trabaho dahil lang doon. No? Napakabigat pag may nag-COVID sa exam. Imagine from August 2020, February 2021, tapos plus ngayon. So we're looking at nasa mga 15,000 or 12,000 examinee. So saan namin dadalhin yon? And yung safety protocol, before there will be 30 examinees per room, ang requirement ng ITF is 8 lang bawat rooms. So saan hanapin yung kwarto? Saan namin hahanapin yung magbabantay na exam? No? Yung mga teachers minsan ayaw din magbantay, takot din lumabas. So, kailangan isoswab lahat yon. The same as sa students. No? Ang students, sagot ng estudyante yon. Ang sa PRC, sagot ng PRC. So imagine, just like sa Davao, may notice na si Vice Mayor, bawal mag-exam. So ang PRC naghahanap ng malapit na city kung saan pwede. So kung taga Davao ka, pupunta ka sa Cotabato o baka sa Hulo, whatever. So babiyahe ka pa. So medyo mahirap din. No? So we're not saying na ma-postpone or ma-deferred, but hopefully by next week magkakami ng desisyon. But the decision that we will be making is very hard and it will depend on the constituents and stakeholders we have. No? May mga request ng stakeholders, they want to defer or postpone. Naghahanap pa kami ng iba pang mga letters na darating. No? Meron na yata tayong 6 pare, 6 na letters. And merong mga individual emails sa mga estudyante na natatakot din sila bumiyahe. No? So anong consideration natin? Either licensing or health. No? Pag namatay ka, wala ka na talagang lisensya maaasahan. No? Lagay na lang sa lapida. So yun ang major consideration. So, but then again, we will be finalizing all of these things next week. No? Nag-usap na kami ng board. And if ever ano yung maging desisyon, we'll have it approved sa commission. Kahit na gusto namin, kung sabi na commission hindi pwede, wala tayong magagawa kasi sila yun eh. No? So hopefully, ang ano namin is health and safety protocols. Yun ang inano natin. Doon sa isang examination naman, alam ko, inintay nyo din, yun sa PME. No? Sorry for not having the interviews face-to-face kasi bawal talaga sa amin. So we have done already the online guidelines, no, for approval na sa commission. Okay na sa amin 3 yung draft, dumadaan lang sa legal kasi lahat ng resolution namin bago pirma ng commission is dadaan sa legal. So after sa legal, pag dumiretso na yon, hopefully we're looking at baka August lumabas na yung approval. So magmamarathon na kami dun sa mga PME applicants. So for those interested to become PMEs, mag-apply na kayo para nakapila yung papel nyo. Kasi ang ano namin is as much first come first serve. No? So kung huli ka din. No? Ngayon kung nadukot yung papel mo, baka maswerte ka. Yung nagkagulo yung papel, pero may petsa ka sa kami sinusundan. No? Kung ano yung unang pumasok, yun ang unang gagawin. And online yan. Pero pag nag-online kami, yung mga examinee pupunta sa PRC, hindi sa bahay. No? Para sigurado yung integrity ng exam. Kasi hindi to interview, oral exam. Kasi may grado eh. Pag interview, walang grado. So tinatawag yung PME oral exam kasi may grado eh. So kailangan integrity doon. Wala kang kasama sa room, walang magko-coach sa'yo, tapos yung camera nakapokus sa'yo para kung anong ginagawa mo makikita namin. So very strict yung protocol. Tsaka may mga pag-PRC na nanonood din. So pag may nakita na questionable yung ginagawa na examine, baka mawawala yung pag-asa. So yun lang, kailangan sundin talaga yung protocol. No? And doon naman sa ASEAN, yung ACPE, no? Yung inano ng PRC, yung ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, for approval na rin yung online panel interview. Yun ang panel interview, walang grado yun. So, yung mga interesado, mag-apply na rin kayo sa PRC, no? ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. Why? Kasi doon sa leveling ng career progression natin, di ba? Tayo ngayon lahat, puro level 6 lang tayo, baccalaureate degree. Pag level 7 ka, yung PME is level 7. And if you are an APE, no? Meron ng memorandum na ginagawa ang PRC at CHED for approval ng Civil Service Commission. Once na lumabas yung approval ng Civil Service, automatic tayo level 7 pag PME ka at saka ACPE. Pero hindi ibig sabihin automatic na magiging level 7 ka. Dapat mag-apply ka din para meron documentations na process. Pero hindi ka na i-assess. Wala nang i-question, whatever. Basta just fill up the forms na PME ka, ACPE ka, level 7 ka na kaagad. So, yun ang malalagay sa ID mo ngayon, level 7. No? And later on, pag meron tayong mga specialty dahil sa career progression, nakalagay na yung specialty mo kung level 7 ka, HVAC. No? Or level 7 power plant specialist. No? Kasi just now, sa mechanical, meron na tayong 6 na specialist na nanuna ng PRC. Saka yung mga heads doon is nag-take out na sa PRC. No? And this group has been working very hard and finalizing doon sa mga guidelines. No? Pag na-approve lahat ng PRC yung mga guidelines sa application, this group will now be starting accepting applicants. So, i-assist nila yung mga applicants. No? So kung ano yung specialty nyo yun, ipagpatuloy nyo yan kasi doon muna tayo mag-start sa major 6 na specialization. No? Kasi ka-i-start lang natin. Later on, yung 6 na major specialization, magkakaroon ng subspecialization dyan later on. Pero it will take time. No? Kasi ngayon pa lang tayo nag-start eh. Unlike sa mga doctors, wala pang giyera, nag-umpisa na silang mag-specialize, no? Mga 1930s pa. No? Yung dentist, mga 1950s or 60s sila nag-start ng specialization. Kaya medyo perfect na nila yon. Meron silang mga board na nag-certify na talagang qualified ka mag-specialize. No? So katulad ng dentist, hindi lang dati dentist lang. Ang dami nang lumalabas na klaseng mga specialization ng dentist. So, the same din sa atin later on. Kunwari, specialize ka ng HVAC, later on, dadami yung subspecialization doon. HVAC ka ng clean room, parang gano'n, no? Ano pang ng HVAC. So, dadami ng dadami. But for now, yun muna ang 6 ang inaano namin, no? So, I hope yung mga interesado is mag-ready na kayo ng mga, mga career path nyo. Pero lahat ng ginagawa na to, ang pinaka-der niyan is CPD. No? Babagsak lahat CPD. Doon pinagbabasihan lahat. Pag wala kang CPD, hindi ka abot doon. Even doon sa Philippine Qualifications Framework, sa Alliance Reference Qualifications Framework, puro CPD ang pinag-uusapan. Yun ang pinaka-mother ng ginagawa lahat ng PRC. CPD lahat. Napakabigat na trabaho ng CPD. Kaya nandyan si Honorable Larion, siya yung chairman ng mechanical ng CPD, lahat dadaan sa kanila. And napakahirap yung mga ginagawa doon. No? Kasi lahat sasala doon. Hindi ganun kadali. So, kaya nga ini-screen talaga nilang mag-a-apply kung qualified ba yung mga provider na mag-apply. At saka yung mga lecturers, yung topic, no? Kasi tinitingnan nila talaga kung mayroon ba lang technical yun o presentation lang, magkaiba na. So, kasi magle-lecture ka ng technical, tapos product presentation pala, nagbayad na yung attendees. Nakakaya naman dun sa nag-attend. Akala niya technical. Yung pala couple yung pinipresent. Yung salesman pa yung nagpe-present. Parang ganun. So, hindi naman fair yun sa umattend. So, yun ang iniwasan. No? At saka, meron ding taga-PRC nag-observe dyan para talagang malalaman na yung in-apply mo, yun talaga yung nile-lecture. Hindi lokohan. No? Kasi before, ma-apply lang, wala na kung ano na yung ginagawa. No? So, hindi na pwede ngayon. Napaka-stricto ng PRC. Tsaka minomonitor din kasi tayo. Kung kayo nagre-report kayo sa PRC pag nag-apply kayo, ang PRC nagre-report din sa ibang agency. No? Sa DOLE, under tayo ng DOLE. Yung DTI din, nag-ano din ng DTI. Marami kasing attached agency or level line agency ng PRC na ginagawa din katulad sa atin. Yung DTI, meron din silang ginagawa na katulad sa atin. No? Yung DOLE, meron din. So, talagang parallel yan. No? So, I hope yung interested will start preparing all their requirements. So, ihanda nyo yung sarili nyo para pag dumating yun, nakahanda na tayo. No, lalo na sa ASEAN. Kasi later on, sa ASEAN, pag register ka ng ACPE, yung pinag-usapan nga namin kagabi, yung mobility kasi. Sa ngayon, hindi pa nag-start yan. Pero mabuti yung nakahanda tayo na naka-registered na tayo. Para pag, kunwari, may project sa Singapore, pumunta dito, wala silang makuha ang ACPE sa kanila, dito meron, dito ka kukunin, no? So pag ACPE ka, medyo mataas yung sweldo mo. No? Tsaka hindi ka na nila tatanungin sa experience mo kasi na-assess ka na eh. So hihingi lang siguro sa'yo mga personal requirements na lang, whatever. Pero yung qualifications mo, hindi ka na tatanungin kasi na-registered ka na sa ASEAN eh. Ibig sabihin, in-approve na yung qualifications mo ng 10 ASEAN member states bago ka ma-register. Ibig sabihin, qualified ka talaga. So, tingnan yung maigi bago ka ma-register dun sa ACPE. Sa kung bansa yung mag-approve ng dokumento. Magaling ka. No? Lahat ng meet mo sunod na meeting ulit i-submit na kompleto. No? Ganon sa ASEAN. Walang debate. No? Spera lang sa technical working group pag napopropose ka ng mga solusyon, doon nagkakaroon ng debate kasi kanya-kanyang proseso. Pero doon sa presentation, mga approval ng mga ASEAN, wala. Kaya nga gina-encourage sa mga engineers na mag-apply kasi up to now, kunti pa lang tayo sa Pilipinas. Ang mechanical yata na mga sa 100 plus pa lang eh. No? Tayo ang pinakakunti, pero tayo yung pinakamarami. No? Sabi nga ng Singaporean, where is Philippines? You are 100 million. Only 600 registered. Samantalang sa kanila, kunti lang sila. Ang dami-dami, pati Malaysia. No? So, hinahanap tayo kung nasaan. Kasi alam naman ng Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, magagaling tayo eh. Kaya lang, nagugulat sila para sa registration, wala, kulila tayo. So saan tayo nagpupunta? Yun ang hindi naman malaman kung yung awareness kulang o tamad tayo mag-apply o hindi natin masabi. No? So lagi kong sinasabi na mag-ACPE. Kasi yung iba, doon pumupunta sa ASEAN, sa APEC. Hindi ko naman sinasabi hindi maganda yon. Pero ang ACPE kasi is government initiative, government binding. No? Kaya pag na-register ka sa ACPE, pagpunta ka sa Singapore, kung recognize ka ng government doon kasi government to government no? Naka-MRA tayo eh. Unlike APEC is private initiative. Private ang nag-initiate, hindi gobyerno. So yun ang kagandahan ng ACPE. So with that, again, thank you very much for inviting us and I hope everybody enjoys and take the most of it in listening to all the lectures that you will be having until Saturday pala. No? Akala ko yung last day ngayon. Take your time, listen to everything and wag yung parang take it for granted lang kasi the things you learn will be your own. It will not be with us. No? So mag-improve kasi pag hindi ka nag-improve, ikaw din ang maiiwanan. No? Walang ibang tutulong sa'yo, kundi sarili mo lang pagkadating dan sa diskarte. No? Mahirap na ngayon hanapin ang swerte pag wala kang alam. No? So kailangan marunong ka na, magaling ka pa, tsaka masipag. No? Again, with that, maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat at magandang umaga po.
Thank you very much, Sir Leandro Conte, for giving us insights and updates from PRC and from BME. Moving next to the part of our program is a product presentation by Eastman Pumps. This will be presented by their application engineer supervisor, Cherime Itchin.
Once again, please help me welcome Ms. Cherime Itchin. While we are waiting for the presentation to be ready, we'd like to remind everyone to please observe health protocols, wear your face mask at all times, observe social distancing, and possible wear your face shields po. We'd also like to remind everyone that any concerns about yesterday's online conference regarding certificates, inquiries, and so on whatsoever, we would like to apologize if we cannot respond to it real time or right now. We may be responding about your queries later this afternoon or maybe tonight po. Thank you. And one more po pala. For the on-site participants po, we will have a raffle promo tomorrow. Many prizes will be given to all of you. So make sure po to register tomorrow and dapat po kayong humingi ng raffle ticket from the registration. Pag wala po kayo tomorrow, then you will not have a chance to win an air-conditioned unit courtesy of Daikin, Coppel, what other, ano pa bang ibang sponsor namin na nag-sponsor ng mga items. So ito nga, yung mga Daikin na prizes natin, nandito na sa harap. Oh. Meron tayong Lock and Lock Stone. We have premium bath towel and tumataginting na air purifier. So, timely sa pandemic ngayon. And, kakapasok lang, sponsor din pala natin si Midea ng ilang unit, ma'am? Isang unit ng air condition. So, make sure to participate in tomorrow's raffle. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, may sasabihin po si Honorable Larion.
Alam nyo, mga taga Cebu, napakaswerte kong member. Dahil nung si Chairman Jess, pag nag-lecture at nakikinig lang ako pagka nagsalita ng Cebuano. Pag tumawa siya, tatawa rin ako. Ngayon si Chairman na Boy, Cebuano speaking chairman din. Kaya pagka tumawa siya, nagsasalita ng Cebuano, tawa rin ako. Pag nag-uusap sila ng Cebuano, tahimik lang ako. Pero pag tumawa sila, kailangan tumawa. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you po, Sir Larion. Kakatuwa naman. We also have a lot of CPD leaders in line for you this afternoon. And with regards to your certificate this afternoon, an evaluation form link will be given to the online participants. You should answer the form correctly. I'd like to remind online participants, marami pong nagba-bounce back na certificate, meaning hindi nyo natatanggap sa mga email nyo. Number one reason is, yung pag-input nyo po ng email nyo is mali. Kahit mag-insist po kayo na tama yung email nyo, kung mali talaga yung email na nilagay nyo, hindi talaga darating sa inyo yan. Kahit ganong insist nyo pa po na sakto yung email nyo. Kasi auto-generated po yung ating certificate. So we would like to kindly ask everyone po sa online natin community, online participants po natin, na fill out the form po carefully and correctly to prevent na ma-bounce back yung certificate nyo. Pero it doesn't mean po na wala po kayong certificate. Once you answer the form, hindi nyo matanggap sa email nyo, mas to-store po yan sa database namin. You can ask for it manually, pero to avoid going through that hassle po, gawin na lang po natin correctly ang pag-input ng email address nyo. For the on-site participants po, you don't need to worry about your certificate. It will be given to you a printed copy. Okay na ba? Okay, once again, we have our sponsor from Eastman Pumps Engineer, Miss Sherry Mayachin, the Application Engineer Supervisor. So, members of the unified chapters of PSME Visayas, members of the Board of Chemical Engineering, and the people behind the tent, a pleasant morning to each and everyone. Segue po muna ako while we still have technical difficulties sa ating PowerPoint presentation. We'd like to ask our participants po to please move in front to accommodate others coming in po. We'd like you to occupy the seats here after our national officers. Hindi po sila nangangagat, I tell you. Friendly po sila. So if you would kindly move po or yung nasa side po, engineers natin dyan, pwede ba kayong, yung nasa likod po, pwede po ba kayo mag-move po dito here in front? O daw, kasi daw po, swerte daw po yung table na to, yung mga nasa front. Pag nakaupo po kayo dyan, dala po kayo ng aircon. So, kayo po, kung gusto nyo manalo ng aircon, umupo na kayo dyan. Ako, kung pwede lang ako umupo dyan, umupo na ako dyan. Okay. Mga sir, kung pwede lang po, thank you po for understanding. Move in front na lang po. For the Visayas, for the 7th PSME Visayas Regional Conference, it wouldn't be made possible without po our sponsors. So we'd like to thank our sponsors for this event, our 3-day event. We have here Island Paint, The Regan, Atlanta Industries, Nellis, JJ Lab, Supreme, MS Global, Panasonic. We have Liling Commercial, Medea Air Conditioner, Daikin, Fenner, Copel, Treasure Island, Variable Air Solution Services Corporation, Engineer Leonidas Paragsa, Comfort Air Marketing, EBM PAPST. We have Eastman. We are about to present po. We have Core Management, Albatech Engineering, RBER, Krypton, EVC, One Elcorp Mercantile Corporation. We have Prime Review Center. We have EMIC, or Electrochemical Marketing Industrial Corporation. We have TopSpot, OSA Industries, Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated, Joyland Industries Corporation, Transocean Coatings from Treasure Island. We have Cool Air System and Lauron Air Conditioning. We would also like to announce that Fenner Corporation is hiring for a sales engineer. So we have here from Fenner, Engineer Lawrence Del Fiero, Product Engineer. We have him here in the conference. So you can go ahead, go to their booth if you are interested or you have someone in mind interested for the position. He can give you his calling card to apply for the position. So since our product presentation is not yet ready, we will first proceed to the next part of the program. The next part of our program would be the reading or the presentation of the Conference House rules. However, Engineer Virgilio Montero, our regional parliamentarian, cannot make it today via Zoom or on-site. So in behalf of him, please help me welcome Engineer Gregorio S. Sineneng, our former national parliamentarian. Our national parliamentarian.
Thank you, Ma'am Regine. Dunalay kakulian gamay si Engineer Ber Montero, our regional parliamentarian who is supposed and in charge to disclose to you what are our PSME House rules, conference house rules for the duration of this conference. So, friends, you have heard that we have already declared the plenary call to order. There is the three banks in which during the seminar, you know already what does the three banks represent. Number one, it represents that when the chairman bangs the gavel, like what we did early this morning, that means, number one, that the rules of parliamentary procedures and the House rules shall remain effective and operative. That's why we have to spell it out so that you will know what are these rules that are now operative and effective in this conference. Number two, that also symbolizes, the number two symbolizes that there is a presumption of quorum. In other words, you are now deprived if somebody would question our quorum, because that has been declared officially. Number three, the last would be the chairman is making announcement that the chairman is already in governance. That's why tomorrow, during the plenary, you will observe that how the meeting is or will be conducted. But these House rules will be effective since D1, D2, and D3. So, number one is, of course, during the giving of the program, there is always the proper dress code that is mentioned. Strictly, we have to observe that. As professional, we have to observe that. So when we say proper dress code, wearing of coat and tie or barong Tagalog, it not necessarily mean that barong Tagalog is t-shirt. So no t-shirt is allowed, except if that t-shirt probably is your chapter uniform. So no sleeveless t-shirt, no slippers, no sandals, and improper attire. Now, strictly, if you are registered, that's why some of you probably di makasud kay we are computer generated as far as our registration is concerned. So, the number two House rules is no ID, no entry. So, if you are not given that ID, which is your seat or your pass, then that would be the number number two. No ID, no entry. And we also call no face mask, no face shield, no entry, because that is now the new normal that is required to each and every gathering. That's why gitawag mo ka ganina nga atong padulan-dulan ang mga lamisa kay naamagoy nagsuroy-suroy nga AITF nga nag-inspection sa hotel, appeal na ta. So sila doon na authority to bring you wherever you are, nga wa mo'y face mask o wa mo'y face shield. Ha? Okay na? Tagalog kay ang para dahil sa ating nanood sa virtual at saka dito sa dalawa. Sorry. Sorry. So, dadamputin kayo kung wala kayong face mask, wala kayong face shield. So, we observe the least. Bisag, yun yung ibutang lang face shield, basta na may face mask. So, number 3 is, we always observe proper decorum at all times, which I believe, you know what is proper decorum. So, walang bastusan dito sa atin. We are all professionals, so we talk professionally. We adhere to the strict adherence to tact and diplomacy. Kana bang ang atong panagdait, atong yung kamaradiri shall exist. Hindi yung Pero ang kamayan natin, naiba lang. Ganyan na lang. Ganyan ba? No? So, masyado naiba dahil sa pandemic. Number 4 is strictly no smoking at the convention area, conference area. Sorry, gentlemen and ladies, there will be no, or you're not allowed to smoke in the vicinity of the conference or in this hall. So please take note with that. Kung mayroong nanigarilyo dyan sa katabi ninyo, please stop. Let them tap them and tell them to stop smoking. Number 5 is observe strictly the sound of silence. Avoid unnecessary movements except on the call of nature. So, yung nagpaikot-ikot dyan, mamaya na lang kayo paikot-ikot sa mga display natin after the forum or after the lunch natin. Kasi lunch will be served afterwards or in a few moments from now. Nakahanda na ang hotel for our lunch. Okay? At saka yung nag-donate ng lechon, i-mention yan kung nag-donate, lalo na sa donation sa Iloilo, donation sa Balamban West, mayroon silang donation, mayroong donation sa Ormoc, Cananga at iba pa. Sa South, Cebu South, mayroon pa. O mayroon pang hindi pa naka-add dyan, pwede naman kayo mag-add ng kanyang. Pwede pa tayo maka-order ng lechon sa mga share ninyo for tomorrow. Okay? So, number 6 is no recognition, no policy. In other words, just do not bang or just do not talk if you are not being recognized by the MC or by the chair. Okay. Number 7, only products and output. Remember, during the plenary, we call that PI workshop. Capital P, capital I, capital E are to be taken up in the plenary. So in other words, please, now have your choice. Kung saan po kayo, nandito ba kayo sa plenary? Kasi we will have a division. Tomorrow we'll have a division. Mag-ano na kayo sa sarili ninyo kung saan kayo, sa professional practice, sa internal practice, at saka sa education. As you can see in the program, mayroon nang nakalata dyan na ang inyong chairman ng professional, si Engineer Lee Marquez. Nandito na ba si Engineer Lee? Wala pa. Sa ating internal, nandito na si Engineer Bon Libio sa Lapu-Lapu, siya ang chairman. At nandito na rin ang ating education, si Engineer Nel Duaso ng Cebu Chapter. Saan na rin si Engineer Nel? So, the 3 is complete professional, internal, and education. We are indeed lucky that the 2 national board is here. So, Engineer Marin will be the advisor of the committee, being the Vice President for Internal Affairs. He will be the advisor to the committee of Bon. No? So, si Bon ang chairman. But si Sir Marin ang yung advisor of the committee. And the advisor of the professional practice, si atong Executive Vice President, si Engineer Carlito Alpay. At saka si Fritz Barrel will take as an assistant to the education workshop. So, magtulong ito kay Engineer Nel Duaso, si Marin. Ang magtulong sa inyo sa committee, Sir Nel, Engineer Duaso, si Fritz Barrel for tomorrow's plenary. So, take note that majority floor leaders, the one that we assign, are only recognized by the chair during the plenary. So that is how it will be done tomorrow. And the rules of parliamentary procedures are in effect and must be observed properly at all times. So, yan ang ating rules. Now, number 10, or all PSME national officers who are with us and House of the Convention and the Conference are enjoined to be inside in the conference hall. So, in their respective places at all times. So, those who arrive scooters or those who arrive late and leave early are not allowed. Ang tinatawag dyan, scooters. Yung coming late and going out early. Ang tawag dyan sa rotary scooters. All chapters who are with us today are designated automatically as protocol officers as well as deputized marshals of the conference. So kayo na po ang designated by this conference na automatically you are the protocol officer and at the same time the deputized marshals of the house. Kung mayroong mag-iingay dyan, kung mayroong nag-violate ng protocol, kindly tap them, let them stop of what they are talking. So yung noise nila hindi allowed. Number 12, any defiance to the House rules and disruption of the proceedings are considered violation thereof. Hence, any delegate or anyone causing the same is considered as having violated the fundamental rules of parliamentary procedures. Hence, he can be bodily ejected from the venue during the proceedings. So much so during the plenary, we are very sensitive to people who are going around. No one is allowed to go around while the plenary is in session. So that is very important. Now, this conference, with having declared already as a plenary, having been called to order, meaning all our rules are now effective and operative. So therefore, we enjoin you to observe properly. Thank you and maayong buntag kanatong tanan. Ready na ang Ispan? Ready na? Okay. So, we'll give you back to Ma'am Regine. Ma'am Regine, okay. So, we'll give you Sir Libby.
Thank you, Sir Greg, for that update on parliamentary rules. And going back to the presentation of Eastman, we'll give you back Ms. Sherwin.
Eastman Industrial Supply, the pumps and motors expert, the trusted leader and provider of industrial supply and technologies, world-class products, and services since 1976. Established in 1975, Eastman started out as a single proprietorship and later on incorporated itself. A new branch office in Manila was established to help expand the business. During this time, Eastman worked hard in distributing new brands and products that delivered or exceeded the innovative needs of the industry. Eastman opened new branches in Cebu and Makati. It also started distributing Gold's pumps and added more products and brands from USA and Turkey. Eastman was in the forefront of innovative product solutions. To further improve its services, Eastman transferred their warehousing facility to Santa Rosa Daystar Industrial Park. Eastman provided the market with the best and competitively priced products, which led Eastman to be recognized as the industry's market leader, and now has its corporate office at Bonifacio Global City. It steadily built the core foundations and processes of the business and expanded its product offering based on industry needs. Up to the present, Eastman continues to lead the way through innovation and quality. Eastman takes pride in its leadership role to provide the country with the best competitive products available. At Eastman, we work smart. Service excellence is in the heart of each Eastman employee. We are committed to deliver a high standard of service to each customer. Moral ethics guide our actions and decisions. We are aware of our personal responsibilities and thus act with integrity. Accountability is upheld through our corporate social responsibility programs. We not only work for profit but also for the betterment of society. Respect in the workplace is of utmost importance. We strive to have diversity in our teams and maintain fair and open communications in our daily operations. Teamwork is highlighted. We work collaboratively to leverage each person's skills and ideas to produce excellent results and learn from each other. Here at Eastman Industrial Supply Incorporated, we make it flow.
That's how Eastman starts in its humble beginning. So Eastman Industrial Supply offering a wide range of products in pump systems. So madami ang ino-offer ni Eastman that support your needs in the pump systems. So let me introduce to you what are the products that Eastman provided, not only for the products, but we do support in after sales, like testing and commissioning, preventive maintenance, and installation. These are the product lines that the Eastman Industrial Supply offered. We have pumps, motors and drives, tanks and water heaters, bulbs, spare parts and accessories, controls and instrumentations, electrical components, and swimming pool pumps. So first, the product lines that Eastman is carrying is the Gold's jet pumps. We have different brands of jet pumps. First is the Gold jet pumps. These pumps is for domestic water, domestic farms, cottages, booster system, and this jet pumps is used for residentials that like houses, yung mga 2-story or 1-story or any cottages. This kind of pumps can be put up or it can be installed in your establishment. Next, we have another jet pumps. We carrying the MDA pumps. These pumps is for residential, irrigation, booster services, lamp sprinkle, and domestic water transfer pump. So these jet pumps, as we offer to you for residentials, more on the residential side, kasi mas maliliit siya. Maliliit lang yung capacity na kayang bumili yung mga bahay lang, residential 2-story, 1-story, competitive yung price niya. So that's the first product that we have, the jet pumps. Next we have the horizontal and suction pump that can be used for transfer pump application, for booster pump application, for CPS pump application, or not for even for non-ULFM fire pump applications. So we have horizontal and suction. We have the Ibarra pumps. We have the X-ray and the Golds 3656. So these are all the horizontal and suction pump type. And another product that we carry on, so we have 3 major brand that we carry for the ULFM or the UL and FM approved fire pump. We have the Easy Fire, we have the Fairbanks, and we have the NM fire pump. So these are the ULFM approved ULF fire pumps that can we offer. So we have also different types of this ULFM fire pump. We have horizontal and suction pumps. We have vertical inline pumps. We have horizontal split case pump, and we have vertical turbine pumps. So we carry the pump type that you want to inquire from us. So ito po yung lahat ng dinadala namin na mga UL and FM approved na mga for fire pump system natin. Kaya ni Eastman mag-offer whatever your requirement, Eastman can provide kasi we have multiple brand that we carry. All those 3 brands at different type. So yung tatlo na yan, meron silang paiba-iba. So we will select on the client requirement that was given to us. So we can offer kung sino yung price competitiveness yung product quality. We have also for submersible wastewater application, we have Ibarra, we have ESPA pumps, we have Gold's ESV, and PSB. So these are the vertical inline. So these are the vertical inline multi-stage pumps that we offer for you for a high-rise building that they need high pressure. We have also horizontal split case pump, more on the HVAC application for chilled and condenser water pump system. So we offer Wayman, we offer Fairbanks for that kind of application that you're needing for. We have also for fuel and petroleum pumps, we have the Fill-Rite, we have the chemical metering pumps, we have the tooth heel for fuel and petroleum applications. We have also for vertical turbine, we carry the Golds and Fairbanks for vertical turbine that really need for the high-rise building or commercial side. Yan yung ino-offer namin. We have also the wastewater pumps we have Golds fly pumps, more on the innovative innovation yung flight natin. So configurable siya if ever what the client needs. We have the steady pumps. We have the GS pumps, and we have the Myers and the Pioneer pumps. Those are brands are for submersible wastewater pump applications. We have also for our MTH, a regenerative turbine that will be used in transfer pump applications. We have also chemical pumps that we offer with you, the Chemflu pumps, the March pumps, and the Sandpiper pumps. All those pumps can be used in the medium of chemicals. We have also swimming pool pumps. We have the annual pool pumps and the ISPA pool pumps. Another product line of Eastman is motors and drives. So Eastman is carrying the brand of EBB motor, Baldor motor, Frankel submersible motor, Leroy Sommer easy motor, and the MDE motors. So those are the easy motors, submersible motors that Eastman is offering with you. We have also the drives. We have EBB, VFD, and soft starter, and the Schneider brand. The another product lines that Eastman is carrying is the pressure tank. So we have multiple brand for pressure tanks. We have Nema Wenkelmann. We have Wellmate. We have Amtrol. So those are the pressure tank that you are needing for in booster or CPS, constant pressure system application. So we have also water heater. We're bringing the Bradford White brand. So also for the HVAC system, we offer air separator and expansion tank, which the brand is the Amtrol. Another product line that we also offer the bulbs. So kinikerry po halos lahat ni Eastman if you are needing in your pump systems. So we have Watts bulbs, we have Kits bulbs, and the EPC bulbs, which is the ULFM bulbs. We have also accessory in terms of that you need. So the Asia gauge, the pressure gauge, the pressure switch, which is the Tel Technica, the Mach 3 or flutes level switch, and the Tetra flange. And we have also the flumeter, which is the blue white. So we also offer controls and instrumentation. So Murphy is a product line, includes hundreds of products that are designed to meet the highest durability towards the monitor and control critical functions. So we offer Murphy for the innovation. So we have also electrical components. So we have the Anli flute switch relay. We have the Mitsubishi contactors. We have the pilot lights. So those are the product lines that Eastman offer. Eastman also offering service on after sales. We offer testing and commissioning. We offer preventive maintenance and installations. So these are the top clients of Eastman just want to introduce. We are the one of the distributor for the MDC, Abida, SMDC, Ayala Land, Shangri-La, Marriott, DMCI, Sibulan Masters, Vista Malls, EEI, Megaward, SM, Rockwell, Megawide, Motolite, Robinson's Malls, Jollibee, and McDonald's. We all have also Meralco, Dole, uh, Distrilia, Tozen Foods, Eagle, Cement, Filmildra, Herma Shipping and Transport Corporation, Leslie's, Mariwasa, Samsung, Lucita, Titan Nippon, University na, with and Victoria's. So these are the top clients of Eastman that we already provided our products. So we just need, we want to prove that Eastman is not only for the quality, but we are on the best service during the after sales. So maaasahan niyo po yung service department namin during the after sales na nandun kami, not only to provide the equipment, but during your implementation or during your operation. So Eastman is a wide range, bringing the wide range of the products that we can offer with you. So yun lang po. So hindi po namin aksayahin yung time nyo. So we want you to be more to establish our relationship with you, that we can prove that we are not only for the quality, but we are also aftering for the sales support. So thank you for this kind of event. So all the members of the unified chapters of PSME Visayas, members of the Board of Mechanical Engineering, and all the people behind of this event, thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry May Chain from Eastman Pumps.
If you have questions or any clarifications, or baka meron kayong on-the-spot inquiry. Okay.
Baka po may question po yung online participant po natin.
Anyone to raise a question or inquiry or how to get in touch with Eastman?
You can search Eastman. We have website on the online. If you have inquiries or if you have questions, we are open for on website, and we have also our FB page that you can look for any inquiries. Here in Cebu, our office is at EC Cortez, Mandaue, sa MGA Arcade Building. So, andyan yung Cebu namin. So, Eastman have 5 branches. The head office is at the BGC Taguig. We have Santa Rosa, we have the Binondo, we have the Makati, and the Cebu branch. So, Eastman is having 5 branches in the Philippines.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Ms.
thank
Sherry
you,
May.
everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry May. At this juncture, well, we would like to have a picture taking. Our Board of Mechanical Engineering are leaving the conference early for some important commitments as well. So since we follow protocol, that is social distancing, hindi po tayo magkasya dito sa harap. So I would like to ask all the participants na lang po yung on-site to please stay seated sa mga seats na po. And then yung magpipicture sa atin is dito na sa harap. And together with the BME and our national board, tapos nasa likod yung ating mga participants. Okay lang po ba yung setup na yon? Okay. So, sana yung mga cameraman natin? Cameramans?
And calling also on the BME, please come inside for a photo op for this morning session.
Can I request po, kasi hindi po kayo makita sa camera yung mga tao, yung mga participants po dito. Pwede po ba kayong tumayo kahit at the back portion po of the conference hall?
Or occupy these 2 rows behind Sir Greg.
Yes, you could
and
do
the
that
rest
din
of
po.
the national officers. Yes.
So kindly lang po, sandali lang po tong picture taking natin. Documentation na rin po.
Sila ni Sir Lawrence and Sir Boy Conti. Cellphone na lang. Asan naman to si Sir Boy Conti?
Sino pong gustong magkaroon ng picture, you want your cell phone to be used sa picture taking din po. Kindly place na lang po in front para ano ng ating cameraman and women.
Request lang po for the picture.
Konti lang po ha, wag pong marami yung lahat ng yung ano na. Yeah, lahat na yung participants magbibigay na yun na rin ng cellphone. Thank you. Sino pang magbo-volunteer magti-take ng picture? Wait lang ha, wala pa po yung BME natin.
May picture kayo.
At yung ibang officers din. May we request po yung BME natin to please come inside po so we can have our picture taking. Sandali po.
That was 1 year ago. Kaya nga pagka nagkano ko, nakapos yan.
Sir Edwin?
Maitim pa ang buko.
Picture taking muna tayo, sir. Artistahin po kasi yung mga ano natin. Yung mga aura natin, artistahin. Sir, opo lang, sir. Kasi practice tayo ng social distancing, sir eh.
Just take your seats.
Take your seats na lang po. Ganyan na lang po. Tapos yung iba, you can occupy the rest of the spaces po sa likod, sa mga chairs po na vacant natin, sa gilid po. Yan. Okay. Marami pong camera ha, so look front. Nandito si Angel Locsin, so smile kayo.
Look sharp.
Ako yun, sir. Self-proclaimed, sir. Yasi sino? Yasi Pressman? Yasi.
Aray.
Ayun, tumawa sila. Thank you, Sir Larion.
Smile with a face mask. Sige.
Okay, wait. May camera. May ibang camera pa. Oh, at least mayroon kayong mga copy, sarili niyong copy. Tapos hashtag 7th PSME VRC. O, di ba? Parang millennial lang.
Big smile. 1, 2, 3. And 4. Okay.
Participants sa pag-participate ng ating photo op.
Sa cellphone po ninyo.
Donation po. Donation po ba yung mga cellphone?
Moving on. Come in. Yeah.
Bili pa lang.
Swatch.
Sabi na ba? We have our next presenter. They're still preparing their material.
The next presenter will be from Krypton International, Resources and Sales. Wala yung answer. Be presented by Engineer Marco Esma, Sales Engineer.
So once again, please help you welcome Engineer Marco Esma.
Okay, Marco, take the floor.
So thank you, sir. First of all, I want to greet you everyone a pleasant morning. So by the way, I am Marco E. Asma, Sales Engineer of Krypton International Resources. Our company, Krypton International Resources, is an established supplier of industrial equipment, chemicals, and instrumentation products in the milling, mining, power plant, and food industries in the Philippines. So I think most of the attendees here already know Krypton since we have top clients here in Cebu that we have been supplying. Examples are Taheo Cement, Apo Cement, Kepco, Atlas, GDP, CDC, Chinishi, Astal, and more. So these are the Indian products that we are supplying. So we are supplying conveyor belts and accessories, which includes pulleys and rollers and other accessories, pumps and valves, motors. We have also Garlock products with gaskets, packings, oil seals, O-rings, expansion joints, ring span, backstops, couplings, brakes, shaft locks. We have also metaline coating. This is for surface protection. We have also non-destructive testing equipments. We have also lubricants. We have dropside lubrication system, bucket boots, screens, wear parts, weighing scales, Graco products, pressure washers or body shocks. We have snap-on tools with lifetime warranty, refractories and castables, and others. We provide also services such as preventive maintenance, repair, checkup and assessment, reinstallation, fabrication, rubber coating, ceramic coating, blasting, steam cleaning, polyurea coating, and metaline coating. So this product today we will highlight our garlic product. So I will introduce you our presenter from Singapore. This is Sir Matt Go, the technical lead for garlic. So I will give this the time to him. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Matt Go from Singapore. I hope everyone is well and safe. Let me share my screen. Right, so just to introduce myself, I am also a mechanical engineer. I heard that's a basic requirement to attend and to speak at this event today. So I've been involved in project and design engineering. I did a bit of mechanical consulting work for CAD designs. And the last few years, I've been spending a lot of time working with partners all over Southeast Asia, specifically on sealing solutions, right? So I represent Garlock. So what do I do at Garlock? Excuse me. So basically, my role is to talk to a lot of maintenance and operations end users all across Southeast Asia, across a wide range of industries. So be it power plant, chemicals, oil and gas, food, and also the pharmaceutical industries, and also the mining and steel mills. So basically, almost all the industries are my customers, and I do talk to a wide range of customers. Let me just clear the screen over here. All right, let's move ahead. Right, so today's agenda is really two things that I see that are pertaining to a lot of customers in the region. The first thing is to focus on increasing the bearing and rotating equipment life, right, by using a next-gen sealing product called a bearing isolator. The second point here today is to introduce a next-gen abrasive resistance material that's designed for the expansion joint and hoses. So this is very pertaining to customers who are working in very dirty environment or working with very abrasive products. So the end users who are from the mining industry, from the coal power plant, even the pulp and paper, who deal with very abrasive products and very dirty environments. These 2 points, I hope it helps you in your maintenance. All right, so the first product is the bearing isolator. Right, so with all rotating equipment, right, be it your ball mills, your conveyor belts with the bearings, your huge dump trucks or haul trucks at the mining sector, or even the smaller equipments like your motors, your pumps and gearbox. They all share one very important equipment, and that is the bearing, right? They all have the bearing inside. And the bearing is like I call it the heart of the equipment. Because once the bearing fails, eventually all this rotating equipment will fail. Especially in a very dusty and very wet environment, right? It's very common for customers to encounter this kind of bearing issues, right? Bearings that get rusted, bearings that get damaged due to dust, or the bearings that get due to the lack of lubrication, due to the lubrication leaking, resulting in very hot and very high friction wear on the bearings, right? So these are issues that we see on the ground. And like I mentioned, whenever there is a bearing contamination due to water and dust, it leads to bearing failure, which leads to equipment failure, right? And all this results in very, very high costs for maintenance, replacement, and production loss, right? So all these costs from a small bearing results in huge costs down the road. But before we even look at bearing contamination, right? What is protecting against bearing contamination? It is actually the seal itself, right? If you have a poor seal or the seal fails prematurely, it results in the bearing contamination. So essentially, this seal here, it is a protection against all the costs that we mentioned down the road, right? So you can imagine this seal as a very important insurance to protect against bearing failure, against production loss. So typically when you think of a bearing seal, the first item you think of is a oil seal, right? It's a very common seal used over the last few decades in many different products, different industries, right? However, the oil seal is not an optimum product, right? There are several limitations to the oil seal. The first being the oil seal is a wear and tear product. Eventually, after a few weeks or after a few months, you have to change the oil seal. If not, the water and dust will get in and your lubrication oil will escape, right? Given that sometimes it is very hard to change the oil seal, that results in your bearing getting contaminated for a longer period of time and failing, right? Next is, even though it's a seal, it's not a 100% water and dust proof seal. That means you can have a very good oil seal, but it can only seal up to maybe 90% or 80% of the environment input, right? So it's not a foolproof seal. Your bearings will eventually fail due to contamination, right? Lastly, which is shaft damage. Even though oil seal is a rubber material which is supposed to be soft, given time, given speed, right, given operation, the oil seal will still damage the shaft. And we all know that when it comes to shaft repair, it is a very huge and very tedious time to go and repair the shaft or to install a shaft sleeve, right? It all adds up to cost. So what am I driving here? What I'm driving here is that basically oil seal, even though it's a very common solution to protecting seals, it is not the best solution. So what is the best solution? So the better solution would be to use something called a bearing isolator or labyrinth seal. Those of you who are working in the oil and gas industry will probably be more familiar with this oil seal due to certain industrial requirements. But for those of you who are not in the oil and gas industry, these products might not be made known to you, right? So these are products that replace the oil seal one for one, and they are way superior to oil seal in many ways, which we'll go through. Basically, the oil seal uses something called a labyrinth technology. So labyrinth is basically just another word for very tight areas, right? So these are the labyrinth design that we talk about, very tight and close areas, right? And this bearing isolator is able to do bi-directional sealing, which means it can seal the environment. It can also seal the bearing chamber. So instead of buying two oil seals to protect both sides, you only need one bearing isolator to seal both ends. right? So, so the first question I always get is it hard to install a bearing isolator, right? A bearing isolator is just a plug and play design similar to an oil seal. So for those of you who have installed an oil seal before, it is similar to how you install a bearing isolator. Traditionally, you will find that the oil seal is installed somewhere around here, right? Just remove the oil seal, then just push in the bearing isolator. So this is what it looks like when the bearing isolator is installed into the bearing housing, right? So what is so good about the bearing isolator? Number one is the bearing isolator is not a contact seal, which means there is no wear and tear on the product itself. It has superior service life. So typically a minimum service life that we normally recommend is 5 years, right? While a oil seal will last you for a couple of weeks or months, the minimum life is 5 years. You have customers who have used it up to 10 years without any issue at all. So can you imagine not replacing any seals on your pumps or gearbox for 5 years, right? It's impossible for oil seal to last that long, right? The next is it is very equipment friendly. It does not cause any shaft grooving, right? Which means, again, you save costs on remachining a new shaft, you save costs on repairing or to disassemble a pump or motor assembly. Next, I mentioned just now, it is a bi-directional seal, and most importantly, it is a 100% water and dust proof. So for those of you who are in the know, IP66 is the official rating. So IP66 is an international standard that governs water and dust proof testing. So it can handle IP66. I will show you a video later. Lastly is reduced lubrication requirement. So let me explain this. If you have a very, very good seal, right, what happens is the lubrication in the bearing chamber actually stays cleaner over time, right? It stays cleaner over time, which means the need to purge out the old grease, the need to replace the lubricating oil, right? You don't need to replace it as early as what you're doing now because the lubrication stays cleaner. So for example, if your grease gets dirty after 3 months, with the bearing isolator, right, you can maintain a clean lubricating grease for 6 months or even up to 1 year, which means less time spent on relubricating. This is especially very, very useful for certain equipments, for example, that are very high or in a very, very hard place to access. And you don't want to spend time going there every single month, climb up to a very dangerous and very tight spot to do basic maintenance. Okay. So this is a video I want to show you of the IP66, what it means. So the first video is of dust proof. So you can see here in this chamber, there is this dust inside. So this is made of baby powder, which is very, very fine powders. In this chamber here, it's a vacuum chamber, and we have a motor and a shaft over here. So we install a bearing isolator at the front of the shaft, and there is no dust going through at all to the chamber. Right? Let me clear my mouse. The next one is more impressive. This is basically jet water being sprayed at a shaft with a bearing isolator. So you can imagine jet waters, for example, when I go to plants, right? Sometimes the guys who are cleaning the area, they will spray the water at motors, at gearboxes, and those water will actually get into the bearing chamber and actually corrode the bearings. So now that you have this, rainwater, jet water isn't a concern at all. So the bearing isolator comes in several configurations that is designed for multiple rotating equipment. For those of you who find a hassle to disassemble pumps or gearbox assemblies, we have a split design to allow for easy installation. So this is a very, very simple case study. We have customers who is in a steel mill. Previously, they were using a OEM seal to protect their motors. Let me explain a bit further. You can see that at the bottom here, there are a lot of motors that is driving the conveyor at the top. And at the top, they are spraying some sort of corrosive liquid onto the steel plates. And these liquids are actually going into the motors and actually attacking the bearing. So you can see a bit of rusting and corrosion on the bearing itself. Right, so they have to change the bearings, they have to change the motors, which are all downtime and repair costs. So eventually they changed to our IP66 bearing isolator, and they have increased their mean time between failure. And their reliability teams is planning to change all the oil seals to bearing isolators. So the question here for you guys is to, like, are any of your bearings or seals failing before 1 year? If it is, right, it is not a norm. It's not a norm for a bearing or seal to fail before 1 year, right? Do you have any rotating equipment that are always prone to failure, right? Those could be potential equipment that we can help you to do a trial to show that, in fact, you can increase your mean time between failure for your bearings, right? Or any equipments that are very, very hard to access for maintenance. It could be a very dirty environment, a very, very tight space, or a very, very high location, right? Ideally, you don't want your guys to go to those locations frequently, right? Due to health issues, due to commercial reasons. All right, so that is for oil seals. I move on to my final topic, which is the next generation abrasive resistance, expansion joints, and hoses. This is really for end users who have a lot of difficulties handling abrasive media. So it could be people who are in the mining industry, your tailings, your ores, people who are doing water drilling, the muds, the sand, even the coal power plants with your suits and whatnot. So these are all examples of expansion joints that fail prematurely due to abrasive applications, right? So they could be using a normal rubber material, they install it in abrasive applications. Within a few months, within a few weeks, the entire internal material is already abraded due to abrasion. Just a simple tip here. One simple way to know whether your expansion joint has already got damaged is to actually press it on the outside. So normally there is a arc. During downtime, right, if you try to press on the arc itself, if it's soft, that means the internal liners or the body material is already gone already, right? So when it comes to rubber expansion joints and hoses, right, like what types of rubbers are we talking about? Because rubber is just a very, very generic category to describe a wide range of elastomers and rubbers, right? For those of you who are dealing in abrasive media, it is very important for you to know what kind of rubber is ideal for abrasive process. Not all rubbers are the same. So for Garlock, we have a wide range of rubber materials depending on the application, the media, right? So typically for abrasive media, we have a certain category of products. We have those that are designed for the chemical industry also. All right. So for today, we're focusing on abrasive media, and our go-to product, which we just developed last few years, is called the Abra line material. Okay. So the Abra line is a Garlock proprietary urethane material. So what is so good about this Abra line? Previously, before the Abra line, the best material for abrasion resistance is something called natural rubber. Okay, natural rubber was the go-to material for abrasive media. So if you look at natural rubber and if you put it through a abrasion test, right? Called ASTM D2228. It has a abrasion factor of about 42. All right. The Arbor line has about 101. Right. So it's about 2 to 3 times stronger than the previous strongest material. All right. So that is its abrasion performance. Next, it is made of yellow color liner. So you can see here, there's a yellow liner inside the expansion joint or the bellow. This yellow color allows for easy inspection. For example, when you remove the joint itself, you can search a light into the joint. If the liner is still there, that means it's still in good condition. If the yellow liner is not there anymore and you see black color spots within the joint itself, that means it is time to do a replacement. So it's a very easy way to allow maintenance teams to do inspection of the inner material. So some case studies here for this Arbor line. We have customers who are in the chemical industry and they were using a stainless steel hose that lasts them for 6 months, right? Stainless steel hose. So the conditions here were moderate temperature. They were using zeolite, which is a catalyst for the oil and gas industry. So when we went there, right, we actually approached them to know the issues, and they were using they were facing issue with this stainless steel hose having a lot of holes over here due to the powder actually heating the hose at very, very high speed, right? So we actually proposed the rubber material to them, and they were a bit surprised because they were thinking, if the rubber is softer than the stainless steel, how can it be stronger than stainless steel when it comes to abrasive media, right? So they did not believe us, but anyway, we just went out with a trial. So we trialed the rubber line, the Arbor line, and we have installed it for over 2 years already, right? So this 2 years is actually a 4x performance increase over the stainless steel hose. So the purpose of this case study is to show that even though you might think that the rubber is softer than the stainless steel hose, right? It might not mean that for abrasive media, the stainless steel or the metal material will be stronger than the rubber material, right? So if currently you're facing any issues with your stainless steel hoses, having abrasion issues, right? You may want to consider using this rubber Arbor line material to replace your stainless steel hoses. The next case study is for the mining industry. So the current joints were lasting them about 1 year, and the application was very, very tough because it was mining tailings, which are very, very abrasive applications. So same thing, we went in, we proposed to them to use the Arbor line, and now they have been using it for about 4 years, which is also a 4x improvement. All right, so this shows you that if you're looking for 2x, 3x, 4x improvements over your current joints, right, the Arbor line is really a very, very superior material. And because of this superior material, we have customers asking us to actually do the Arbor line in the hose material. All right, so we now have the Arbor line in the hose form. So again, some case study here. This is for a coal power plant. They were using a limestone slurry for a FRP piping that lasted about only 6 months, right? So again, we went in with the Arbor line hoses. It has now been about 2+ years without any sign of any wear, and they plan to replace all the FRP pipings with the Arbor line hoses. Again, this is also a 4x improvement over the previous solution. The last case study is for water well drilling, which is a very common process all over the world. And with water wells, the common issue is always to do with abrasive media like the rocks, sands, and mud, right? So the current hose were lasting them about 3 to 6 months. So this is a huge concern to them because whenever the hose is damaged, they have to halt the production, which means a loss in production operation. So we went in with the arbor line hoses. We'll be doing it for 12 plus months, which is about 2x to 4x improvement. And the best testimonial from them was, they mentioned to us, the hoses was indestructible and can withstand anything that they do to it. This is probably the best testimonial we have for this arbor line hose. So again, if you're using a hose or a expansion joint now, what are some questions to ask yourself? Similarly to the oil seal, if it's failing before 1 year and 5 years, it is not a norm. There's a solution out there for you to increase your mean time between failure. Next is, if you're using a hose or a joint, are you using the correct rubber material for abrasive material and also for corrosive applications? Right, you want to use the correct rubber material for the correct application. Lastly, most of my customers or end users, they do not know how to carry out annual inspections on their joints and bellows. If you need any assistance to carry out such inspections, do let us know. We can do that service for you. With that, I end my short presentation. I hope that you're able to get some valuable information on how to increase your mean time between failure for your rotating equipment and also for your expansion joints. If you need any local assistance, Krypton is our distributor based in the Philippines. And I believe they have a booth outside so that you can see some of the product samples. Right, with that, I end my sharing. Thank you so much. I think we have some time for question and answers. So I see someone asking me for.
On-site participants and online participants.
So I'm leaving my email in the chat group itself. So if any questions, you can contact me directly.
Okay. So you have questions?
Do we have questions from the online? Moderators, kindly check.
Online natin.
Walang questions.
Okay. Contact details.
Okay, contact details.
Contact details. Okay, I will just the chat online, sir. You can contact Krypton if there are inquiries, questions. So.
Yeah, I see someone asking for Reno De La Cruz, asking for high pressure PTFE gaskets. Yes, we do provide high pressure PTFE gaskets. Just contact Krypton and they will assist you.
Okay.
So I think okay na ang presentation. Thank you, Sir Matt. Matt, go. Yeah.
All right. Sir Matt Go, thank you very much. In behalf of the working committee, we thank you for sponsoring an event and giving your time to speak to our participants, both online and on-site.
Thank you for having me.
To move forward with our program, we have another. Okay na po ba yung lunch? From hotel staff, can we have confirmation po if okay na? Okay. So this juncture, time check is 11:46. So we will have a break of 15 minutes po to get your food and go sit down and eat your food. We'll have a working lunch po. So while you are eating, someone will be presenting here in front para po productive yung oras natin. Okay lang po ba yon? For the online participants po, baka nasusunog na po yung mga sinaing natin. So 15 minutes po to get your food, to prepare your food, and you can eat while attending the VRC natin. So for 15 minutes, we'll have a break. Buffet style po, but please observe social distancing po. Social distancing lang po mga sir. Keep your face mask. Or if possible po, kasi food po yung inatupag natin for this moment, kindly wear your face shield na lang po while getting your food.
Yeah, you may fall in line now.
Fall in line na po kayo,
Food
sir.
is ready. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. po tayo sa National Convention. That would be the 69th National 69th PSME National Convention. So yung mga ME sabi nga nila I love 69 daw. So dapat magano daw tayo, mag-attend. So mag-register na po tayo mga sir and ma'am. Hello po sa mga online participants natin. May nag-raise ng concern po na natin, yung asan ba ako? No, yung online participants natin na paano daw yung mga online, wala daw po silang photo op. Wag po kayong mag-alala. You have a photo opportunity po after our break. So make sure po na gwapong-gwapo kayo. You have some time po to prepare yourself for the picture taking. And establish po yung internet connection nyo para na lang din po na maganda tingnan. Yan. So, later po, mag-on cam tayo. Kayo lahat, kami din. And take picture po tayo using our Zoom. Okay. So, lunch muna.
Mama said, don't give up. It's a little complicated, all tied up. No more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to Mama said, don't give up, it's a little complicated. All tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. They say it's all been done, but they haven't seen the best of me. So I got one more run, and it's gonna be a sight to see. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high hopes.
Schedule for this noontime, there'll be a product presentation by Coppel. This will be presented by their branch manager. Coppel branch Cebu is Sir Arnel Matalang.
Okay, good noon. Anyway, I have to remove my mask. I think that we are pretty much in a good distancing. So before I have to proceed to my product orientation, we have a brief video for a brief history of Coppel Incorporated here in the Philippines.
A name known for delivering outstanding products and service in the air conditioning industry. A world-class brand with a legacy of innovation and leadership. Fortified by a rich history. This is Coppel. And this is our story. Our history dates back to 1904, when Coppel started as a railway equipment distributor under the umbrella of United States Industries. In 1923, Coppel expanded distribution networks to include other well-known American brands. In 1957, Coppel ventured into air conditioners, manufacturing split and packaged units. In 1971, Coppel set its path to focus on industrial refrigeration and commercial air conditioning. Coppel designed and installed over 300 ice plants and cold storage facilities, totaling to more than 4,000 tons of refrigeration. Some of the oldest ice plants in Vismin are even operational up to now. In 1993, Coppel became part of a leading European conglomerate, ASEA Brown Boveri. In 2000, Coppel, together with Fetters, a leading U.S. air conditioning company, extends its presence in the residential market. In 2008, Coppel, under new management, continued to focus on its core competency on air conditioning. Together with all these transitions and infusion of European and American technology, Coppel has built the foundation for which it is known for today. This is Coppel, and this is our legacy. It has been more than 100 years since we planted the seed of the future, growing and nurturing it into a rich heritage. Now, one of the largest aircon manufacturers in the Philippines, because we have always believed in investing in the future that will continue to nurture our company's mission and vision. Today, you are about to see that promise come into reality as we unveil Coppel's newest factory. Carefully thought out design, state-of-the-art and top-of-the-line machines, a testing lab that is one of the few in the country, a facility true to our commitment to provide high-quality, best value, and environmentally safe conditioning products. Expanding our distribution and logistics in Laguna, Cebu, Davao, Cagayan de Oro, Iloilo, and soon in Sucat, Muntinlupa. Over a hectare facility that will triple our existing distribution capabilities. Highly efficient warehousing system to ease our storage and delivery needs. Our very own research and development to keep us ahead of the curve for more energy efficient and environmentally safe products. Digital improvements through SAP and other advanced service software, and to fulfill our vision of being a one-stop shop for our customers' air conditioning needs. We have the complete lineup of air conditioning products from residential categories to commercial and industrial applications. We are Cabo.
Ilo and in Cebu. And in Mindanao, in Davao and Cagayan. And of course, our head office in Laguna. Okay, this presentation is with regards about the video presentations and the manufacturing facilities and service network, and also the current product lineup and product expansions and partnership of Coppel Incorporated here in the Philippines. Okay. Okay. This is the head office of Coppel, the headquarters in Laguna. And it has sales record of almost 500,000 of tons of equipment within a span of 5 years. And with a wide product range with the inverter system technology and with the zero ODP, of course, we have now adopted the high end of the high-end technology of the inverter type. And we don't have the standard type with regards for the residentials using the R22. We have no R22. Every unit we have is using the R410 and the R22. Okay. Next slides, please. Okay. Okay. This is the testing facility of Coppel, which is also located in our manufacturing plant at Laguna. And this we are capable of especially for the 5 tons psychometric kilometer description. And this laboratory capable of testing performance tests of air conditioners with capacity to 60,000 BTU. Okay, installed and operational only started last April of 2016. And Coppel is one of our Coppel is one of the 4 manufacturing company here in the Philippines uses this kind of laboratory. Okay, this is the another part of the testing facilities or the control room panels. Next, for this is for the AHU and existing areas of the testing facilities. And another part of the testing policies with the machine room. These were the outdoor and indoor compressors, humidifiers, filter dryers, oil separators, transformers, air compressor, power panel, deionized are installed. Okay. For the warehouse of Coppel, we have warehouse in different areas in the countries. Of course, we have in our headquarters. For the warehouse 1, we have the floor area 4,320 in warehouse 2, which is 2,800. And we have new warehouse and headquarters. We could have the capacity of 12,000 floor area, floor area, square meters. And of course, we have here in Cebu, which 1,350 square meters, and we have 2 warehouses here located in our Mandawi, both in Mandawi area, also in Iloilo, Davao, and Cagayan. We have a total warehouse of 23,114 square meters, with number of pallets positions with a total of 18,035 pallets nationwide. And number of units that the capacity we can handle in our warehouses is 121,273 sets of air conditions. Okay, this is the warehouse capabilities. We're located in Paranaque, Sucat, Coppel warehouse. Next is the warehouse in Sucat, also they do the same. And this is some of the certificates we have for the Coppel Incorporated from AJA and some other requirements we needed. Next. Okay. And some certificates of from the DENR for the permit to operate, environmental and wastewater discharge permit, and domestic waste discharge permit, which are needed certificates in order to operate a plant. Okay, another certificate. Okay, dealer and service network. We have 381 accredited service dealers installers nationwide. And in Luzon, we have service dealers installers of 222. And Cebu and Iloilo, of course, in Visayas, we have 64 service dealers and installers, and a branch office in Davao and Cagayan, we have service dealers installers of 95. Okay, that is the office in Ortigas, Mandaluyong City, and the office all are the same in Mandaluyong, and that is the office in, of course, in here in Cebu at AC Cortez Avenue, Mandawi. That is in Iloilo City, Coppel office in Iloilo. And this is where our new warehouse will rise in Iloilo City. And this is the office in Davao. And another site for this is the warehouse in Davao in Buhangin. And this is another site where we put our new warehouse, still in Davao City. And another warehouse in Davao and Cagayan. Okay, the awards for the Outstanding Award of Air Condition Manufacturers 2006, the National Consumer Union of the Philippines, Philippine Quality Awards and Business Excellence, and Philippine Marketing Excellence Awards, Seal of Product and Quality. Okay, in 2012, the SRA Award Lifetime Achievement for Manufacturing and HVAC, American Society Hearing and Refrigerating Air Conditioning Engineers, Philippine Chapter. Okay. For the market information about Coppel, Coppel is the top 4 aircon sales in the country. Followed by the following: Carrier, Panasonic, Daikin, Coppel, and LG. Okay, in the top two for packaged air conditioned brand in the Philippines, with strong brand image and completeness of product lineup. Only three packaged aircon manufacturing facilities in the country, which are Carrier, Coppel, Hitachi, primarily serving local aircon requirements, and offers all complete range of aircon products for residentials to light commercial products or industrial applications. Okay, the product lineup and the new and our standard product with the new arriving products of Coppel Incorporated. For the window type, we have 0.6 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower for both manual and aircon for the ERA series. Okay, and we have another series of the window type, which is the Viva standard from 0.6 to 0.75, both remote and manual. Anyway, for our window type, we are also all using the R410A. We don't have the R22 for the window type. Okay, and for the window type, we have also the inverter type. It ranges from 1 horsepower to 1.5 horsepower, but the refrigerant is already R22, inverter window type. Okay, for the split type air condition, we have the standard unit of split type, but still using the R410. No more R22 for the split type standard. It ranges from 1 horsepower to 3 horsepower. And another series for the split type, we have inverter type, the Super Inverter 3. It's also ranges from 1 horsepower to 3 horsepower, still using the R410 refrigerant. And another, we have a full DC inverter from range from 1 horsepower to 2 tons or 2.5 horsepower. It's for DC inverter, but now they're using the R22 type of refrigerant. Okay, for the another product of Coppel, we have the what we call multi-split. This is a very applicable or intend to use in most of the condominium type or any residential type, which are the place or limited space for the outdoor type for outdoor unit. That's why we designed, we have this multi-split. This is a mini multi-split. For the mini multi-split, we can only have until from 1 horsepower of indoor unit to 2.5 horsepower of indoor unit. And for the outdoor unit, from 3 horsepower to 5 horsepower of capacity. And the combination from 3 units to 5 units per outdoor. Okay, for the light commercial products with the package type, we have 5 tons to 10 tons floor mounted, but this model is still using the R22. But we are about to phase out this 5 tons model of the R22, in the left side one. But for the 10 tons, we're still using the R22 for the 10 tons, the 7.5 tons. Okay, this is another model of bright commercial products, still packaged, the floor-mounted one. But for this time, we are using the R410 refrigerant from 3 tons to 5 tons floor-mounted. This is our new era of floor-mounted models. And also with the ceiling-mounted, we have from 2 tons to 5 tons. But now for the ceiling-mounted, all of that is new models. we're using the R410. We don't have R22 for the ceiling mounted. Okay, for the split type, this split type is, this is a 4-way airflow from 2 tons to 5 tons for the cassette type. From 2 tons, okay, this is, we are also using the refrigerant is already R410. This is a new era. And another for the light commercial products for another models of floor mounted, which is the floor mounted inverter type, 3 tons and 5 tons. The refrigerant is R410, but it's already inverter. And also for the ceiling mounted, we have inverter type of the ceiling mounted from 2 tons to 5 tons. And using the R410A refrigerant. Next. Okay, for the non-standard products, for the mini BRF, we have 4 horsepower, 4.3, 5 horsepower, and 6 horsepower. This is a mini BRF and also inverter type. Ibalik sa tubig. Okay. For this inverter type, you can use for the indoor unit, the split type, wall mounted split type from 1 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower. Okay, this is our new product, which is the air purifier, which is highly needed nowadays, especially this during pandemic. And this air purifier, we have also in 5 stages in purifications of air. And it's very useful in your bedroom, even salas. For this air purifier, this is the features of this. It's in preliminary, we have a very effective filter. With also the true HEPA, what is that? HEPA H3 filter with UV lamp, activated carbon filter, and ionizer generator. It will up the air of your bedroom, your salas also. We have another expansions of product lineup, and this one is the industrial lineup. The same thing to our conventional products. The package size split ducted air condition from 10 tons to 100 tons. This 10 tons to 100 tons, it can be 1:1 or multi-outdoor configuration. And the projects we have here, we have catered the project in Unilab, which have the split ducted air project at the Mamplasan, Binyan City. And also we have the unitary rooftop ducted, which design performance in highly efficient condenser and heat exchange. Can operate in ambient temperature of 52 degrees Celsius. Pre-drill duct plug for easy duct connection. Okay. And for the with the credible compressor protection devices with anti-corrosion with high resistance for corrosion. And our project for the unitary ducted is in Calixi Island Resort in Palawan for unitary ducted. Next, for the another expansion product lineup, the unitary rooftop ducted. This is another project in New Padre Pio Parish at Parañaque City, and City Mall stores in Calapan, Mindoro, Ormoc City, Palo, Leyte, Cadiz, Negros Occidental. And we have another expansions of product lineup, the water cooled ducted. The package of water cooled ducted, this is the design and performance with high efficiency up to ER of 3.7 ER. which is economical. Operation flexibility is to installed with wide application, reliable and component, efficient control system, fully equipped devices, ease of maintenance. Ease of maintenance, I mean, sorry. Okay. This is the string commercial products of Coppel, which is the BRF system. Up to 90 horsepower modular. For BRF inverter for DC compressors and DC fan motors, indoor and outdoor unit. Okay. The BRF system up to 90 horsepower, which we call that a super multi-plus. The combination of the outdoor unit, you can use the split type, mounted, ceiling mounted, concealed ceiling, cassette type, and ducted type. Okay, the project we have for the BR system split type air conditioning project, we have in Maven, Ortigas at Capitol Common, Pasig City. Also in Metro Davao, Medical Research Center, Davao City, and St. Luke Hospital Medical Center. We have the Grand Senya here in our area in Cebu. Next. And Big 8 Corporate Hotel in Tagum City. And Inusa Center, BGC Taguig City. Enzo Building, Makati City. The QC Polytechnic University, Quezon City. The Emporium, Tacloban City, 578, Emporium. The Suprema Square, Valenzuela City. MCOR, Incorporated, Visayas and Mindanao area. That is the list of the project of Coppel Incorporated here in the country. And University of the Philippines, system configuration total of 136 horsepower BRF capacity. The McDonald's, Starbucks, the DMCI, Calaca, Batangas, MC Home Depot, Southern Land. Okay, that is all the project of Coppel Incorporated in BRF equipment, air condition equipment. Okay. For those who have any questions with regard to our Coppel products, any questions? Okay, just enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much for inviting us here in this Visayas Regional Conference of PSME. Thank you, and hope you will we can have connection next time. Thank you. Okay, for those who want to have questions still, we are in outside. You can ask us. And thank you.
Yeah. Yes, for those who have questions, please raise your hand to be acknowledged while they are still here. Anyone? Well, thank you very much, Sir Arnel, for that insight on the Coppel development through the years. Now moving on to the next presenter will be a presentation from One Elcar Mercantile Corporation. This will be presented by Sir Carlito Hubak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My fellow engineers and distinguished guests, maayong hapon. It is my honor and privilege to be with you this afternoon to present our company products. And I am thankful for being invited in your first Visayas Regional Conference of PSME Unified Chapter. Our utmost appreciation to the organizer and co-chairman of this event, Dr. Edwin Torillo, and chairman of this conference, Engineer Greg Sinining, and to the chairman of PSME Unified Chapter of Cebu, Engineer Matusa. We had been a regular presenter of PSME activities and conferences, and we thank you for your trust in us and products. My product presentation is divided into three, which we will have a video presentation, a slides or a PowerPoint, and a discussion. So let me introduce first our company, 1L Mercantile Corporation. We are a trading and marketing company engaged in the supply of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection. And our principal office is located at 30E Elcar Building, Sabiliano Street, Punta Princesa, Cebu City. And we have also a satellite office in Davao because some of our customers, our clients requested to us. For all we know, nag-boom na sad ang Davao karon. So at this point, let me, my office staff prepared for us our presentation. And let me allow to introduce myself. By the way, I am Engineer Carlito Jubak, Operations Manager of 1L Mercantile Corporation. And I am a civil engineer and geodetic engineer by profession. And my work, I am my bachelor's degree from the University of San Carlos, Cebu City. And my work experience, from GY Construction, CB Hubak Construction, Construct International Incorporated, and our family business, El Cris Construction before, and now Elcar Mercantile Corporate Center. So I am also affiliated and member of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Structural Engineers Association of Davao, Cebu Contractors Association, the Philippine Society of Ventilating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Engineers in Cebu chapter, the Philippine Green Building Initiative, the National Fire Code Association, the Society of Fire Protection Engineers, and the Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization. So to start with our products, we have a video presentation for you. Next. Thank you. Those are our products and our clients which we supplied with our MEPF products. And my next presentation will be for the GRP tank, since for more than a decade, we are already supplying GRP FRP tank. So at this time, among na-observe sa nga daghan gyapon ni gamit ani. And since 2008 or 2009, I think, nakaupat na mi ka brand nga amo ang gi-supply diri sa Cebu or nationwide. So at this time, among gi-promote na sad karon ang K-Tank brand, which is made in Korea. So sa mga bagong projects na mao na sad ni ang among gigamit, especially kanang project karon nga bago diha sa UP Lahug, mao na ni among gipang-install karon. So I have here also a video presentation of how it will be installed, ang iyahang mga specs niya, unya ang iyahang kaning kind of GRP tank, kay naaman ni siya internal reinforcement, nasa siya external. So we will have our video for this. Okay. We have also a new product which we will have to present. We have yung mga sensors na kung mayroong leak, makasense siya, and then mayroong gateway or lalabas doon sa cellphone natin or sa parang BMS na konektado kung mayroong magtataas yung amperahe yung mga equipment, may leaking sa tangke. Same principle namin from Korea. So, thank you. Our next product to promote and present again is the Grifos, because we are also one of their distributors, especially sa mga constant pressure system nila. So these are the models that we have introduced in the market now, and I think Grifos had already shown it also with you. We have the Hydro Multi-E, the pressure boosting system. So pwede itong single or duplex or triplex. So depende sa design o sa mga requirements ninyo. And then next, these are the our Hydro Multi-E Grundfos CPS pumps. Next. So these are the advantages of the Hydro Multi-E system kasi mayroon na siyang BFD. So maka-save na talaga tayo ng power nito. At saka mayroon siyang screen na magde-detect na kung anong trouble doon. At saka may mga sensors. Kung just in case walang tubig na suction, mag-automatic off siya. Tapos built-in na yung program na mag-alternate sila kung ilang hours na nagamit yung sa kabila, yung second pump na naman yung aandar para yung tear and wear nila magkapareho. Next. These are the accessories of the Grundfos CP natin. Next. So for residential boosting or pressure pump, we have this Hydro Solo E booster. So ito na rin yung pinopromote namin sa mga residential at saka light commercial projects. Next. Ito yung mga specs nila. Mayroong mga curve. Whichever mayroon kayong mga requirement doon base sa design niyo, pwedeng i-check and i-refer natin sa factory na performance curve nila. Next. So this is the office of Grundfos that we are promoting for their booster and pressure pumps. Okay. Our next product to present is Pentair. This is a mother company of our fire pumps, yung Aurora brand. We are assigned to sell and promote Aurora brand of fire pump. So next. Aurora commercial pumps have HVAC and plumbing or fluid handling solutions. So ito yung mga nila product. Meron silang HVAC at saka water supply pumps for municipal pumps and commercial pumps. Next. And these are the different pumps they have for HVAC and water pumps, the split case, the suction, yung inline pumps. Next. For municipal pumps, still the same. Mayroon silang horizontal, may vertical, may end suction. Almost the same rin sa mga for commercial and municipal pumps nila. Next. So these are for our Pentair.
At Pentair, we expect quality from our products, and our customers expect it too. Producing quality equipment is what we do. Our North Aurora facility produces commercial products that outlast and outperform competition around the world. As we continue to build on a 90-year-old foundation of quality American manufacturing, producing quality equipment is no accident. It's the result of our engineering evolution. From traditional split-case pumps to the value-driven designs of today, our pumps stand up to more applications than ever before. Producing quality equipment is a top priority. So is providing a superior customer experience, from pump selection software and building information modeling to project maintenance and performance certification. Our team is there for you with dedicated support. When you see the Pentair name, you know what it stands for: quality pump manufacturing.
Okay, the last part of our product will be the far pumps. So this is we concentrate on this product because more of our clients are requesting for us for the supply after sales and for the maintenance and their parts. So ito yung ano natin, fire pump natin sa Aurora pumps na mayroon tayong fire pump at jockey pumps na sinusupply. So next. Ito yung different types of fire suppression. We have split case, vertical, turbine, inline, and suction. Mayroon rin tayong package na pumps. At saka we have also the jockey pumps. So our fire pump Aurora is a ULFM and which we supply for commercial and industrial use. Next. Ito yung mga motor na ginagamit natin sa vertical turbine, yung US motors. And then we have for horizontal, we have the Tech Top, the WEG, and Marathon. And for the engine-driven fire pump, yung engine na ginagamit natin is yung Clarke. So most of the fire pump with any brand, yung Clarke ang ginagamit kasi tested na. So next. Ito yun, yung UL pa rin yung na ginagamit. So our partner fire pump driver vendors like Clark Fire Pump has authorized service providers in the Philippines that may be helpful to your client users for time of trouble when needed after Pentair's warranty period. So kung may mga problema din sa engine natin, yung Gin Diesel Philippines, sila yung in charge din natin na ma-contact for reference and support. Next. So we have here yung fire pump natin is coupled with our fire pump controllers. Yung brand usually yung ginagamit namin is Eaton. So we have no problem with Eaton kasi they are very supportive to us. Unya, mayroon silang mga parts nito. Yung usually yung madaling masisira is yung transducer, yung ang tawag dito, yung logic board or yung I/O board. So we can replace the component parts of the controllers. So next. Yeah. So how we have a
Need a fire pump? Pentair has you covered. From individual fire pumps to custom packaged fire systems, we have the solution for your challenge. Our fire pump brands are known worldwide for quality, built to meet NFPA requirements with UL-listed FM-approved performance. And we make it easy for you to select the perfect pump for your project with our online configurator. Choose from standard fire pumps ready to ship fast through our Red Hot shipping program, or put our team of engineers to work designing a custom system for your specific project. Choose from horizontal pumps or vertical space-saving designs, diesel or electric-driven pumps, even vertical turbines for reaching water below ground level. Reduce risk and manage costs with a fully designed and engineered fire pump house. Pentair's experienced engineers will design and build a system to meet your specifications. Your system arrives ready for installation. From fire pumps to packaged fire systems, Pentair has you covered.
Okay, so yun yung last na product namin na pinipresent sa inyo. So if you have a questions related sa pumps na pinopromote namin, you can ask or visit our table near the door. Again, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that information. Sir, by the way, my question po sa online.
Okay.
And it's, what type of sensor ang ginagamit? Capacitive or inductive or radar sensor?
Saang sensor kanina sa sensor ng ano yun?
Hindi na specify, sir.
Yung leak. Mayroon siyang wire na ilalagay doon sa sides ng tangke para kung may tubig na masense siya, yun magti-trigger na magko-connect ng sense ng leaking doon sa tangke.
Okay. So parang probe siya, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's a new product from us. Sinisingit lang namin because our
Nice to
principal
know.
want to promote it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's nice to know. It's really a very good question kay it's promoting.
Yeah.
And then, do we have any questions? Other questions? How about you, sir?
I just have one question,
Yes,
Salito.
Sir Libby.
It regards with the Granfos multiplex system. Di ba, it consists of 3 pumps. It can be programmed to which pump shall be the lead pump.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sige, sir. Continue, sir.
Actually, if triplex na is pre-programmed na, and then there are certain hours nga giset na sa pump na function na sa ang second pump and then ang third, so it's preset na sa factory, but then they can reprogram it with our technician. Yes, sir.
And in that regards also in connection to that, usually there's only one what you call this frequency inverter. Is it correct?
Inverter for yes, sir.
Only one frequency inverter. The 2 other pumps will be running on a contactor-based connection, right?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Is there
Any
a question?
questions on the floor? Any more from online? If we have. Okay, so there's none.
Okay.
We thank again one
Thank you.
our very supportive presenter for this afternoon's activity. Thank you, Sir Lito.
Thank you much, Engineer Carlito. So
Now,
to move
okay.
forward, let us invite our online participants to have the picture taking.
There
Para
was a
may
request-
proof din naman sila.
Yeah, there was a request earlier before lunchtime that paano naman kami, wala kaming picture.
Dapat may proof daw sa company.
Yeah, as proof of your attendance also on this activity, there will be a online picture taking.
So can you on
going
your
right
camera,
now.
please, online participants?
For the online, you may remove your mask since it's an online.
Like screen capture lang po.
Screen
Screen
lang
capture
sila,
from
sir,
their
no?
end po. Ready na? Okay, we will have 3 screenshots. Remove your mask and then smile, the biggest smile you can have. So ready?
For the online participants. Yeah. Can you show it on the screen? Okay.
Okay, 1,
1,
2, 3.
3.
Another one.
Doon sa camera yun. So, on the screen. Facing the screen, please. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Smile.
Smile. Okay. Moving on, next of our program for this afternoon will be the CPD lecture, Commercial Aquaponics System, to be presented by the Cebu Central President of PSME and currently the Dean of Benedictine College. This will be presented by Dr. Cornelio Duaso.
A round of applause, please.
While Dr. Duaso will be preparing, we'll be viewing our online participants for this afternoon. Okay. Dr. Duaso, you ready, please?
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon. Supposedly, I'm not the next speaker that will be the other time. But since the speaker for these times is coming, so I have to do my part. Are you familiar with the aquaponics, commercial aquaponics system design? Familiar? Hindi. It might be suspecting the our profession might be deteriorating because commercial aquaponics system, this is a high-tech farming technology, to tell you. And Philippines nowadays, we want the food security because majority or our food that we are going to take in may chemicals. Ito, the products of the aquaponics system, wala. Pure food. Okay, so this is the title of my presentation. I chose this because this is a challenge for me. I have 25 modules to training on this because this is a good business. Okay, so this is the second time I am also presenting. Last BTC, I had also a presentation. So this is now the outline. Outline of my presentation, one of that we are going to capture the overview of what is the scope of the aquaponics system design. Okay, so, and then we try to consider also the commercial aquaponics requirements. May mga requirements. Importante yon. Baka gusto mo mag-invest, so maganda to in the future. And then, we want to know what is aquaponics. Now, aquaponics, that is a combination of the hydroponics and aquaculture. The result of that is aquaponics. Talking of hydroponics, that involves chemicals. Talking of aquaculture, merong chemicals. Ito, zero to. So this is a a great challenge to all mechanical engineers because this is a complicated system. In fact, I prepared also the prospectus on this because this is a good program in the future offering the Bachelor of Science in Aquaponics Engineering, major in Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Computer Engineering, Chemical Engineering, and so on. So this is a high-tech farming technology. And then, we want to know the methods of aquaponics and system design. Ano bang mga methods? Importante to, no? And then what is hydroponics? We are going to compare the hydroponics, the aquaculture, and aquaponics later on. And then what is aquaculture? I understand that is talking of raising fish, but the concept of the aquaponics, my system sa fish, which is now the aquaculture, at saka my hydroponics, combining the two, using the engineering concept and principles, that becomes a aquaponics. Then, ito na. What is the role of mechanical engineers? Ano bang role natin? Okay, so, and then, clear points, that is now the summary of the entire presentation. Okay, so learning objectives. At the end of the presentation, the participants should be able to, this is our target, and this is our projections. We need to apply the engineering principles as mechanical engineers in the commercial aquaponics system. And we need to create a new industry in the Philippines, therefore creating employment. And another one, create a sustainable solution to grow and supply locally grown 100% organic, tasty, and nutritious food. And number 4, fill the local demand for sustainable grown, premium quality fresh fish and locally produced 100% organic and nutritious vegetables. And that is aquaponics. And the last, we are going to appreciate the health, economic, social, and environmental benefits of the aquaponics. And this is important to contribute in our environment. So here is now the overview. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng commercial aquaponics? That uses methods, process. So we're going to use the methods. And we're going to use also the equipment. Ano bang mga equipment? Familiar natin ang mga equipment nito. Like for instance, pump. So familiar natin. From both hydroponics and aquaculture industries. Maganda to. This is a big challenge to all mechanical engineers because this is now a new farming technology. High-tech yon. So, hindi na pwede dati yung traditional. Kasi may experience ko sa farming. 10 years ko sa farming. So, alam ko ang traditional farming. But ito, maganda to. Pwede na ka magkutantay. Ito nga business. Okay, so ito na. Hydroponics plus aquaculture. And that is equal to the aquaponics. So, commercial aquaponics system is a high-tech farming technology, as I mentioned a while ago, where it involves of multiple engineers. Ano bang mga engineers kailangan natin? Mami. That's the reason why I prepare also a prospectus on this because this is a very challenging profession in the future. Wala pang program to. Problema sa CHED because ito naman, arkwatman ko sa CHED, pero walang TWG ng CHED regarding this. In fact, even I do not know now if I'm correct because when the time I was in Singapore, so walang TWG ng BS Mechatronics Engineering. I don't know now. But with this new program, if that will happen, wala pa to. Kasi wala silang benchmark. Okay, so ito maganda engineer. Kailangan natin architect and technologists. Ang daming employment if we can create a system. Like for instance, in 1 hectare, that is equivalent of 10,000 square meter. So in a one system with a greenhouse controlled environment, walang season to, controlled environment, and then it totaled, ang 10 system totaled only 800 square meter, 10 systems, aquaponic systems, in 1 hectares, may natira pang 2,000 square meter. That 2,000 square meter that is intended for the office, the parking lot, and security guard, and so on. So might be conference, research office. So yun. Ito naman, no? In addition to that, commercial aquaponic system technology is a scientific and engineered method of food production that combines conventional agricultural practices of rearing aquatic animals in tanks. Ito ang tanks, di ba nakita mo sa aquarium yun. Pero mas maganda ang tank when it comes to fish, ito ang circular. So may mga tick yun. So, and then growing of plants in water devoid of soil. Actually, may saving sa water circulation yun. Ang ma-waste lang sa aquaponic system, yung evaporation. So, yun ang maganda sa aquaponics. Ito, no? In addition to that, aquaponic system is growing exponentially as innovative entrepreneurs realize that local food production is a profitable venture that is critically important to food safety and availability. Pero sa atin, lalo na PME na tayo, hindi ko mag-farming kasi ito parang deteriorating ang profession ko. No, it's not the matter on that. But what is important, if you go into this business, maganda to. May feasibility study na kami, i-compare namin yung poultry, ang layo. Ang layo when it comes to the profit, ito, profitable to siya. Okay, so ito naman ang commercial. Ito, yun ang commercial aquaponic system. Greenhouse, ito this is inside. I-capture lang to para makita ano bang mga fish tank, feeder tank, sump tank, mineralization, filter, and so on. So, and that is the concept of the aquaponic system. Ito naman, yung mga pipings, hindi natin ipakita kasi trade secret yun natin. So, napakasayang naman. Yung concept mo, yung design mo, ikukopya na lang. Bahala na sila mag-analyze. Okay. So, ito naman. So, that is also one of the setup of the, depende, no? Pero the good setup that is 800 square meters. So, maganda if you have 1 hectare and then having an aquaponic system and then take note year-round yun ang production. So, we need to plant also the high-valued crops like for instance, lettuce, another thing, strawberry. So, mamili ka na ano bang mga high-valued crops so that when the time of harvesting, malaki ang profit mo. Eto, di ba maganda? Sa Korea, merong aquaponic system sa Korea, mag-income sila ng 1.2 million in a month. So depende sa system mo, no? What is important, may passion ka. Pag wala kang passion, wala 'yon, 'di ba? Tingnan mo, no, maganda. Green and leafy, no? Ito naman ang mga requirements. Kailangan natin ang land. Greenhouse building. Ito, hindi naman greenhouse building, kailangan tayo ng civil engineer. Tayo, pwede naman tayo. Ako, in my experience, I run also a construction projects. So, kayang-kaya natin to sa mga mechanical engineers. Ito naman, the deep water culture setup, ito ang rough bed. I-float natin yung styrofoam. Yung makita mo sa YouTube. Pero may detailed 'yon, no? Media bed setup, another, this is a grow bed, no? wicking bed setup, and then you have also the header tank. Ito ang mga requirements. Fish tank, SAM tank, mineralization tank, filter tank, water pumps. Yeah, we are familiar with the water pumps. Ano bang function? So we need to have this equipment and accessories. Air pumps. Anong purpose ng air pump? To produce dissolved oxygen na ilagay natin sa fish tank. Pipings and fittings, valves, electrical system kasi may mga LED, mga lighting system na color, i-install natin para fast ang growing sa plants or yung sa may system para maka-harvest tayo ng mga, no? And then lightings, which is now the LED. So again, we need also electrical engineers on this. Solar power system. Ito, although mas maganda pag may solar power ka para hindi ka ma-problema sa budget ng kuryente. And then backup generators, just in case it run out kasi controlled environment yun. Pwede naman tayo sa ating profession as mechanical engineers, we need to design a misting system. Misting system. So may purpose yun. Maganda. And then nursery system and testing instruments, kailangan natin. Because the problem of the aquaponics system on how to control the pH value of the water, because ang pH value ng plants at saka sa fish is kaiba yun, different. So the question is commercial aquaponics is sustainable and profitable? Definitely yes, no? So aquaponic farming is a highly sustainable and efficient way to produce food. It famously uses 95% less water than conventional methods since it doesn't require irrigation. Yung system niya, no? And then aquaponics is a low input. Ano bang ibig sabihin dyan? May mali tayo. Then low maintenance. Kasi pag sit up na, hindi pwede na, hindi na kailangan ng yung maintenance mo na may regular. Kasi yung system kitang-kita mo, no? At saka ang function ng mga equipment na install mo. Eto. Sorry. So aquaponic system, low input, low maintenance, closed loop system where waste and inputs dance with the two parts of the system. Doubly ang target mo na harvest. Mag-harvest kayo ng fish in the right time and also mag-harvest ka na ng mga high-valued crops. Importante yon. And what is aquaponics? It is now a combination of aquaculture, which is growing fish, and other aquaponic animals, and hydroponics, which is growing plants without soil. So maganda to, no? And then aquaponics is one of the most sustainable ways to grow food in our country that when realized, it will consider as food security. Yun ang problema sa Pilipinas. Even we have mga other sa maraming mga businesses pero pag ito pag malakas ang farming technology sa Pilipinas, hindi tayo magugutom. Iyon ang importante. Kasi ngailangan lang tayo, ito, sino bang mag-invest? Okay. Ito naman ang basic system. So this is now the fish tank. Now, ang rule ng fish, may waste siya. Ito ang waste, i-convert yung waste niya into fertilizer. Dadaan siya sa plants. Ito ang food ng plants. Ano bang rule sa plants? Itong plants, ito filter yon. Pagbalik ng water from the fish tank, i-circulate yon, babalik siya sa fish tank, clean water na siya. Kay filter naman ang water. So meron pa. Ito, the aquaponic cycle. So when you feed the fish, definitely there must be a waste. Now the waste of the fish, that is Yeah, yung number 1. Fish produce waste in form of ammonia. And that ammonia should be converted into a bacteria. Bacteria where the bacteria is fertilizer of the plants. And then plants filter water that returns to the fish, which is now clean. Okay, so what are the benefits? Ito ang importante. Ano bang benefit ng aquaponics? One of that is organic and nutritional benefits. Another one, food is grown all year round. Wala tong season. Why? Because this is a controlled environment. Controlled environment. And then reduce water usage. Why? Because ang waste lang sa water, yung evaporation. Kasi i-circulate lang ang water. And then no soil, no weeding. And that is high-tech farming. Accelerated plant growth. And then in addition to that, 2 incomes for commercial aquaponics farmers. One of the income is on the fish and also the high-valued crops or plants. Yung litos na kinain natin, importante yon, no? And reduces the planet's carbon footprints. Maka-help pa tayo sa environment natin compared sa poultry. Ito, ang poultry, kailangan natin ng clearance sa DNR. Kailangan natin clearance sa barangay na okay sila. Pag hindi, wala. Hindi pwede. Magtayo ka ng poultry dyan. So ito, walang problema sa DNR. Happy-happy pa ang DNR. And supports a self-sufficient way of living. Pwede na, I do not know if I'm correct, but so far, there's no commercial aquaponic system in the Philippines. Siguro merong mga garden, merong hobbyist, meron lang dihang mga small. Pero when it comes to the commercial, wala. But I do not know in other areas, no? Kasi pandemic tayo, hindi tayo maka-travel. Another benefits, efficient, sustainable, and high productive. High productive because walang season. And then, number 10, all natural fertilizer sourced from fish waste. And no reliance on mine and manufactured fertilizer. Walang fertilizer to. Ang ginawa natin na fertilizer intended for the plants is yung waste ng fish. So kailangan natin ang researcher dito. Why? Ang daming area na we need researchers. And it allows continuous production of food. And then produces both protein and vegetable crop. In addition to that, integrated system is sustainable and earth-friendly. Totoo yun. Earth-friendly siya. So, tingnan natin ang productivity chart. Okay, so if this is now the productivity chart, anong sinabi? Aquaponics productivity, the gross production almost doubles for the period of 4 years without any additional investment or increase in growing area. Meaning, stable or permanente lang yan. Okay, so method and system design. Itong mga methods, apat yun. Deep water culture setup, ano bang profile dyan, ano bang setup. So, media bed setup, wicking bed setup, and the other one is nutrient film technique setup. So, mamili kayo. Ano ba ang gusto mong setup? Pero mas maganda, ang apat, i-arrange mo na lang in a aquaponic system. And then deep water culture setup, ito na. The deep water culture system, which is also known as raft-based growing. Yung litos, meron siyang siguro 4x8 na styrofoam, and then dyan mo ilagay. And uses floating foam raft commonly used in large commercial setup. Ito naman, no, it allows the roots of the plants to drop into the water and draw nutrients directly from the channel that the water is running through. So that's the reason why we need to circulate the water. And the water will have been drawn from the tank where the fish are living and filtered to remove any solid waste. Ito ang design, ang setup niya. So, deep water culture, definitely merong fish tank. Definitely merong grow beds. And then ito may piping, ito may pumps tayo. So, ito ang basic nga system. Pero we can design in an effective way with regards to deep water culture setup. So, ito, challenge yon sa mga mechanical engineers. Ang media bed, ito, in this system, plants grown in a certain type of media such as clay, pebbles. So, expensive yon. Yung clay, ito, may mga by kilos yon. And the media bed normally sits on top of next to the fish tank. Tingnan natin yon ang simple design niya, no? System. A pump draws the water from the tank and it then passes through the media bed, allowing the plants to draw nutrients from the water before it is returned back to the fish fully filtered. So yun ang system niya, no? So pag mag-choose ka ng media bed, ito ang system, no? Ito naman ang pipings. So parang may faucet lang to siya sa on top. But here, now there is now what we call gravel. But take note, gravel must conform the pH value of the plants. Otherwise, mamatay ang plants mo. So kailangan nandyan siya sa range value ng pH considering sa plants. Okay, so that's the media setup bed. Ito naman ang wicking bed setup are the system of gardening that that employs watering from below. So nandyan ang water below of the plants later on. No? The wicking bed is constructed in such a way as to be very water-wise and contained. Tingnan natin ang design nito. So, ito ang pipings. And then, ito naman, merong pipes na install mo sa grow beds. And then, para it bear fruits. The tomatoes, whatever the crops you intend to have. So, depende sa target mo. But what is my advice? You choose a crop or plants that is a high-valued crops or plants para hindi naman masayang ang time. So this method involves drawing, another one is the nutrient film technique system. So this method involves drawing the water from the fish tank through a narrow cylindrical tube such as PVC. Pwede naman PVC gagamitin natin ito, which has holes drilled into the top. So the rocks are then dangled through the holes where they draw nutrients from the water, and this setup works for areas without much ground space because it can be run across walls or hung from the ceilings. Napakasayang, may mga buildings, may mga old warehouse building, unproductive. Now, if you introduce the aquaponics there, yun, maganda. And then it can be set up horizontally or vertically and is great for plants that don't require any support to grow, such as leafy greens. So this is a challenge, no? For the mechanical engineers. Ito naman ang setup. Ito PVC lang, no? PVC ang ginamit. Ito. And then aquaponics equipment and accessories. Okay, basically water pump, air pump. So may mga kanya-kanya siyang functions na kailangan i-install mo. So generator, that could be the backup of the system because we want to control the temperature and humidity inside the greenhouse. So we need generator. And then solar power. Solar power, that is projection in the future that once it is already established, then you have to have a solar power. And then fish tank. So may mga techniques 'yon. Ano bang shape ng tank na kailangan natin? Ano bang tank na ang fish happy ang fish na mag-swim? So may mga techniques diyan. And then header tank. So it depends the height. And then some tank. So kailangan natin, ano bang principle na gagamitin natin? Fluid mechanics. So ito, mechanical engineering concepts. And then filter tank. Then we have also the mineralization tank, air stones or gravels. Pag walang air stones kasi expensive yun, and then you can use also gravels. But see to it that the gravels must conform the pH value with regards to the fish. And then water system, electrical system, then testing apparatus kailangan natin. Testing equipment and piping system. So, yun ang mga requirements. No? Now, what is hydroponics? Ito madali to, ang hydroponics. Pero you have to apply fertilizer kasi water lang yun, walang soil. So, pag hindi mo binigyan ng fertilizer, paano makasurvive ang plants? So, hydroponics is the growing of plants without soil. Yes, tama yun. Then plants don't need soil, but they don't need the vitamins. So, sino bang hindi nagamit ng vitamins? Anong vitamins ang gusto mo? Vitamins A, B, C, D. So, anong mga vitamins ang ginamit ninyo? Vitamin C. Yung vitamin E, ang iba, vitamins D. Yung vitamin C, gusto ka nga 50, 51, 52. Pero vitamins D, yun, 18, 19. Ayun. Ayun. Ito. And then, plant needs soil, but they don't need the vitamins and minerals that soils can provide for them. Importante yun para makasurvive. Hydroponics provides an advantage over soil growing for several reasons. And hydroponic, again, systems feed plants with liquid filters in growing media that do not contain soil. So, yun ang hydroponics. I-compare natin yun. Ano bang mas maganda na business? Hydroponics, aquaculture, and aquaponics. Later on. Ito. So, di ba? Sa hydroponics, ito ang mangyari. Ito, styrofoam yun. And then, ito, water. I-float mo na lang sa water. Pero, hindi to kasurvive pag walang vitamins and minerals. So, paano to ma-survive? Wala man to siyang waste ng fish. Kay hydro man siya. So, lagyan ng liquid fertilizer para makasustain and makagrow siya in a better way. So, yun ang difference sa hydroponics at saka aquaponics. So, ano bang benefits ng hydroponics? So, ito, tingnan natin. Maximizes space, tama yon. Conserves water. And then facilitates a microclimate. And then produces higher yields or production, then require less labor. Totoo yun. And needs no soil. Lalo na ngayon na yung mga areas natin, and the buildings. Pero on the top of the building, you can do this. And produce higher quality food because what is important if we eat food, it should be zero chemicals. So if you want to extend your life, then you have to eat organic foods. And then reduce supply chains. Then predictability and seasonality. And in addition to that, crops grow faster. So if they will satisfy the requirements, then definitely the crops will grow faster, and we can get a profit when it comes to business. Now, another one, what is aquaculture? Ito, ang aquaculture, that raising of fish, no? So, aquaculture is the controlled process of cultivating aquatic organisms, especially for human consumption. Diba? Familiar tayo sa tilapia. Yun ang waste ng tilapia, magagamit natin yun as food of the plants. So, pwede natin i-circulate yun. And the aquaculture is also referred to as fish farming. So, pwede naman ka mamili ng fish which is higher in demand sa market. Yun ang importante. Then, aquaculture can happen all over the world. And it does in coastal ocean waters, freshwater ponds, and rivers, and even on land must be in tanks. Okay, so eto, familiar naman natin yun, no? Yun, ang dami. So, eto naman. Why is aquaculture so important? One of that is the health benefits. Diba? Concerned tayo sa health natin. So, all over the world, the demand for seafood has increased because people have learned that seafoods is part of regular diets, are healthier, and help fight cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, and many of other major illnesses. So, yun ang benefit kukuha natin, no? Ito naman, when it comes to another reasons, the economic benefits. So fish farm in regions without significant water bodies will provide additional job opportunities. And that is also helping to our country. As people will be involved in the entire business, trained researchers, breeders, fish food manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, marinas, storage facilities, processors, transportation and marketing companies, as well as restaurant. Kaya lang, ang restaurant natin at saka hotel, because of the pandemic, para ang demand is not so high compared before. But anyway, and that is also the projection in the future. Another reasons, we have also to consider the environmental benefits. Ano bang benefits na makuha natin? Aquaculture helps to reduce the reliance and impact on wild stock. The use of unsustainable fishing methods such as bottom trawlers is also reduced. Why? Because agriculture natin, no? And then aquaculture system often take advantage of harvested runoffs, stormwater, and surface water. Ito naman, ang comparison. Tingnan natin ang food security. So when it comes to the comparison, aquaculture, hydroponics, and aquaponics. Now in terms of productivity, pareho. No? And then in terms of food security, more or less pareho, the same. But when it comes to the organic or pure food, that is only the aquaponics. Hindi yon sa aquaculture, hindi yon sa hydroponics kasi may chemical sila na i-introduce. And then water conservation. Ito aquaculture wala, no? Hindi natin if we are comparing the three, among the three, aquaponics ang ma-waste lang sa aquaponics during the circulation of the water system, yun lang ang evaporation. Okay, so multiple crop. Ito, multiple crop sa aquaculture, wala, no? Hindi pwede. No, hydroponics, hindi pwede. But when it comes to the aquaponics, pwede ka mag-multiple cropping. Okay, so another one, disease control. So definitely, may mga disease, aquaculture, may mga palatandaan naman, no? Hydroponics. But when it comes to the aquaponics, kasi natural yun. So, mas maganda when it comes to although ang aquaponics is complicated system. And then disease control, maganda ang aquaponics. Environmental safe, maganda ang aquaponics. Operating cost, ito mataas yon. Mataas, pero madali when it comes to the payback period, madali siya na i-return ang investment mo. So, tingnan natin, water usage comparison. Ito. When it comes to the soil grown lettuce, di ba may meron ng traditional farming soil grown lettuce. So we need 85 liters yung water. But when it comes to the aquaponics lettuce, only 15 liters. That is approximately according to the research. And then, so tingnan natin yung hydroponics at aquaponics. So comparing on that, when it comes to the nutrient source, so ang hydroponics is synthetic yon, inorganic chemicals. But when it comes to the aquaponics, mineralized fish waste. Yon ang difference. Variety, hydroponics that's single, and the aquaponics is infinite. Yon ang advantage. Na pest control, hydroponics using chemicals. But when it comes to the aquaponics, natural solutions. Then environmental control, sterile indoor environment. But when it comes to hydroponics, when it comes to the aquaponics, ventilated greenhouse. Kasi i-control natin yung temperature, yung humidity inside the greenhouse. And then, ito pa. This is probability. When it comes to the lettuce, under the hydroponics, 85%, mataas yun. When it comes to fruits, 38%. What about aquaponics? That is less than 2%. So that is according to the research, according to the study. And then another one, Pythium loss, the fungi. So it ranges when it comes to the hydroponics, ranges from 15 to 27%. But for aquaponics, that is 0 to 2%. Malayo ang agwat. And then water usage. So when it comes to the hydroponics, i-assume natin 650 liters. Ito naman sa aquaponics, only 240 liters lang. So water usage, 80 to 100% for hydroponics, but aquaponics kasi nakasirculate yun. So yun ang advantage when it comes to the aquaponics system design. So ito naman ang aquaculture at saka aquaponics. Para may reference tayo. Dissolved oxygen, kailangan natin yon. Because aquaponics also has also the fish system, fish tank. So kailangan natin yung range value ng dissolved oxygen, 4 to 6 milligrams per liter, but sa aquaponics mataas yon. Na stocking density, when it comes to the kilogram per cubic meter, 120 kilograms per cubic meter under the aquaculture, but aquaponics, that is only 20 kilograms per cubic meter. Malayo ang agwat. Water change, 30% per week, but aquaponics not applicable. Why? Because you circulate the water. And then this is probability. High probability ang aquaculture, but sa aquaponics, it's none. Kasi controlled mo ang value ng water, i-circulate mo. So, at least, meron tayong comparison. Hormone supplements, yes for the aquaculture, but aquaponics is no. So, ano bang rule ng mechanical engineers in the commercial aquaponics system? Tayo, mechanical engineer tayo. Rule natin, we consider as a designer. So, pwede tayo mag-design. And then, aside from that, be also builder or contractor. We can set up the system. And then manager, you can manage the aquaponic system. Could be a trainer kasi kailangan yun ang training. Hindi pwede magtayo ng system walang know-how ang mga personnel. And then researchers, kailangan natin. So, investor. Ito, depende na if I have millions, then I have to invest. So, aquaponics training, itong mga training, 20 lang to pero may 25 tayo. Tingnan mo, aquaponics fundamentals, aquaponics system design, aquaponics cycle, and then hydroponics. Ito ko, detailed yon ang module. And then aquaculture, sources of water, then water quality, control of pH value, how to control the pH value of the water, bacteria. We need to recognize the different bacteria that will be used to feed the plants. And then grow beds, ano bang setup? And then electrical system, kailangan natin na the filter system, the cycling, the system. Ito ang cycling, 2 months yon cycling para trial and trial yung operation. And then pumps and piping system, then dissolved oxygen, kailangan natin makaproduce tayo ng dissolved oxygen para sa fish. And tanks design, not only nga pwede na to. So kailangan meron tayong basihan if we are going to design. And then pest management para makontrol natin ang mga problema, no? Labi na sa mga sa crops, no? High valued crops. Aquaponics management, and then what will be the products, and then aquaponics investment. So that's the overview. Now, the clear points of this, which is now the summary, aquaponics can help to increase food. That is correct. Another, food security and food sovereignty. Another thing, aquaponics can be used to improve the livelihoods of households and communities. Another one, aquaponics is the integration of the hydroponics and aquaculture in a recirculating system. Totoo yun. And then another clear points, aquaponics is efficient, sustainable, and highly productive. So another one in aquaponics is integrated system, is sustainable and earth-friendly. The aquaponics system can be an ecotourism attraction. You could just imagine, if you have 1 hectare aquaponics system, having a 10 system of aquaponics, and then ang daming mag-visit sa farm mo. Granting na per head lang. 100 pesos ang entrance. So, ang daming 100 pesos, no? Problema sa schedule. And that is good projections. And then aquaponics can be an educational motivation. Release ang stress natin if we have this. Aquaponics can be future potential business. And that's the end of the session. In point of clarification and question, so you may do it now. So achieve the greatest volume and highest quality to produce possible while reducing operating costs and maximizing your profitability by growing smart. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Dr. Duaso? Thank you for that. We have agribusiness and PSME.
Are there any questions online? Sir, I have a question. Sir Duaso. Di ba from your fish tank, you have a what do you call that? Para a filter. You have a filter. What kind of filter do you use before going to the plants po? How do you what? There are a lot of
there are stages of filtering the waste para balik sa water to the fish tank, clean siya.
So the filtration, sir, is before and after the plants po.
Paglabas sa fish tank, i-filter yon. I mean, i-filter yon patungo ng plants na because another filter which is now the plants. So, meron yung setup, detailed setup for that, pero nandyan sa modules.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Are there any questions po?
Doc, the question is that you said that the land requirement is 1 hectare.
Yeah.
So, no, the land acquisition, so may na jud, hindi na ganong masyadong marami ba? So that's the commercial scale, the 1 hectare.
Commercial. Actually, yung 800 commercial yon. Pero gusto natin na mataas ang profit natin. Why not going into the 10 systems? Kasi sayang naman. Di ba?
Yeah. Kasi,
Ma-classify mo. Ito, may aquaponics ka ng flowers, may aquaponics ka ng strawberry, may aquaponics kang lettuce, may aquaponics ka ng tomatoes, may aquaponics ka ng iba pa.
sa electric consumption natin, sir, sa 10 systems, magkano kaya monthly?
Monthly?
Power consumption ng 10 systems.
Ito, hindi to masyado malaki kasi may projection tayo na mag-install tayo ng solar power. Yun lang. Pero initially, there must be a consumption, really, but it depends on the system in order to have the savings. Actually, mag-conduct naman ako ng energy audit para energy conservation. Pwede naman. May module tayo dyan.
Okay, sir. The way I see it kasi, sa other countries are employing the system kasi sa kanila mababa yung power cost.
Yeah.
So true with the meat business, agriculture, no? Sa poultry, sa mga controlled environment, mataas talaga OPEX dito sa Pilipinas because mainly the cost of power. Yun nga lang, kami may hog raising business kami dati. So, pagpasok ng mga imported, patay talagang local. Kasi, bakit? Hindi tayo pwede maka-overproduce kasi the cost of freezing the meat is very costly dito. Samantalang sa labas, so they can overproduce, but they can store it in storage areas.
Actually, mataas ang consumption ng poultry. Yung mga tunnel beam na poultry, na parang i-control mo ang temperature at saka humidity inside.
Yes.
Mataas yun. Kasi palagi akong nagbibisit sa may poultry sa may Aloginsan. And then, when we compare to the aquaponics, my advice, we have to install the misting system. Para PVC lang to, para pressurized, then maglabas ng parang tiny particles. So, maka-help yun sa humidity at saka temperature to control on that. And power consumption is not really high. So it depends on the area. No? It depends on the area. Pero comparing the two system, mataas ang poultry compared to that.
So this is very good idea on project zones. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
An interesting topic today.
Yeah.
Sustainable energy with agribusiness.
Oh, my question.
There's one more.
So I believe that the aquaponics system will greatly benefit the Philippines. And one question, Engineer Guazo. One question. Does the aquaponics system promote the ability of the fish to reproduce within the tank?
Yeah. Actually, when it comes to the production, ito may fingerlings yon, separate. Ilagay mo na lang sa fish tank. Hindi to parang mag-produce siya in the tank. So may separate siya, yung mga fingerlings. So ilagay mo dyan sa fish tank. Pagdating ng right time, malaki na sila, pwede na i-harvest. Replace naman. Hindi to production na mag-produce sila ang daming fish.
Okay, that was all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any specific kind of fish to be used? I mean, do you have any, as long as it is freshwater?
Yeah. Actually, ito ang i-advise ko. Now, if you want to have raising of fish, see to it that the fish that you are going to use must be in demand in the market. Sayang naman, gagamit ka ng para decoration lang. Hindi to ma-convert mo ng pera. So, tilapia, that's good. Pero merong fish yan na sustain siya ng high temperature. Yun, according to the BFAR. Nagpunta ako ng BFAR regarding that. Kailangan natin na researcher tayo. Importante yun.
Tilapia or bangus will do. But how about koi, which is also a commercial?
Yeah. Yeah, can be used. Kuy. So, depende sa available and depende sa choice mo. So, maganda yun. That's included. You know, one of the modules that discuss the different variety of fish. So, yun ang itemize mo. Ito, maganda to.
Before the cycle begins, waste of the fish going to the plants, is there any initial food to be feed to the fish? Or no?
Meron. Kailangan naman para makaproduce siya. Para pareho tayo. Kakain tayo para meron tayong...
Yeah, because I'm particular of having the food for the fish which is organic or...
Kailangan organic. Kasi yung system natin organic. Meron namang mga chemicals involved. Bawal yun. Bawal yun. Pareha sa atin, kapag may sakit na kayo, bawal. Bawal. Labi na may high sugar ka, bawal ang soft drinks. Actually, yung materials mo dapat matested mo, hindi ba maka-affect sa fish. Pwede naman plastic.
Fiberglass.
Yeah, mas maganda pero siguro expensive 'yan. Expensive siya. Pero may mga plastic naman na ginagamit sa ibang country. So, walang problema.
Okay.
Ano pa?
Meron pa. Sir, there's online question po.
Sige.
Can it be built on mountain areas where the source of water is deep well?
Pwede 'yon. 'Yon, meron tayong water quality, i-determine natin ano bang mga sources ng water natin. Pwede, pero yung source natin kailangan i-test natin kung ang pH value ng water nandyan ba, it forms the range value ng plants or the fish.
Okay,
ano pa? May range siya na may point doon 5.8 to something 6.8. Pero pag kinuha mo ang average, targeton mo kinuha mo ang average, maganda pag ma-hit mo ang average. Ito may range value pa when we consider the average of the fish and the average of the plants nga fish. Before loading the fish, you have to test the pH value of the water.
Actually, sir, since I would like to share that since it's my undergrad thesis, aquaponics. So, sir, what we do is sa water, among ipabahaw ang water kay mamatay man pud ang fish. So, ipabahawon pa og 2 days maximum before you put the water to the fish tank. So, okay, chlorinated man. Or, deep well.
Actually, the procedure is, pag meron kayong water, kahit sa ang source, what is important, you have to test the pH value of the water prior to load the fish or putting the fish in the tank.
Yes,
mamamatay yun ng fish.
Also, the waste po of the fish can affect the pH value po. So, you have to test from time to time.
So, yung sa mga module natin, may 25 tayo na modules na ikakandak, pero yun ang modules na doon ang detalye. Yun, doon detalye. Ito lang kasi limited ang time natin. I was given 1 hour, pwede pa 3 hours, ma-detail natin.
There is a last question po. How do you control the growth of the bacteria in the tank as it affects the mortality of the fish?
Actually, merong method. Pero nandyan sa module natin sa bacteria. Ito, pag ikandak natin yung module, magbayad kayo. Magbayad kayo. ito,
Sir, marami na mag-enroll, sir.
intellectual property yun. Di ba? Yeah, yun ang trade secret natin para makasurvive tayo, di ba?
For more details, enroll now.
Okay, thank you.
So
very
this
much,
is really an
Dr.
interesting
Nosso.
topic. Thank you so much, Sir Dora. So a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Nosso. So reminders, press 1 for additional info. Thank you. Moving on to the next item for today's activities will be the introduction of guest speaker. We'll be calling on PSME National Treasurer, who is online, Engineer Siegfried Sia, to introduce our guest speaker. Sir Siegfried, can you hear us now?
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir, we can hear you clearly.
That's good. Okay, so fellow mechanical engineers, distinguished guests, our BME member Lorenzo Larion, our BME chair Leandro Conte, our PSME National President Jerry Asuncion, and the rest of the National Board of Directors, our EPI who is on site, Maren De Luna, our EVP also on site, Carlito Alpay, our Vice President for Visayas, Greg Sinining, and our Deputy Vice Presidents, our UCC Chair, Ross Matusa, and our host, President of CHBE, Edwin Torillo, and all the chapter presidents and members present in this hybrid 7th VRC. Good afternoon. In Toastmasters, introducing a speaker also has its own recommended format. And I find it challenging to introduce someone who is well-known and popular. Our speaker comes from a family where you find a senator, assemblyman, congressman, governor, 1987 Constitution floor leader, mayor, councilor, and the father of Cebu City. When you listen to him, you will notice the personality of a popular TV or movie actor, and sure enough, you will remember Miss Annabel Rama and children Rofa, Richard, and Raymond Gutierrez. He is a combination of looks and intellect. As he finished his elementary in Basak, San Nicolas, a valedictorian, he attended USP and earned his pre-med degree in Veles College and his graduate studies in law from San Beda College, where he passed the bar in 1983. He is an accomplished servant leader of Cebu City, having served as vice mayor for 3 terms in 2001 to 2010, mayor for 2 terms in 2010 to 2016, and currently the vice mayor of Cebu City. In behalf of Honorable Michael L. Rama, let us welcome the Chief of Staff of Cebu City Vice Mayor's Office, Sir Dante Dax Arcilla. Let's give him a big hand, please.
Thank you for the introduction, Engineer Sia. Engineer Greg Sinining, the chairman of the 7th Visayas Regional Conference. Okay. Dr. Torillo, co-chairman. Engineer Jerry Asuncion, the national president. Engineer Amy Loron, deputy vice president for Visayas. Engineer Feliciano Perater, national secretary. Honorable Lorenzo Larion, member of the board of Mechanical Engineering PRC. Then we have Engineer Robert Matusa, president of the Mandawi chapter. Honorable Leandro Conti, chairman of the board of Mechanical Engineering PRC. And distinguished guests, good afternoon. Yes, I am Dante Arcilla Jr. You can call me Dax. And I am a computer engineer, or Without the license, it's a computer engine. No. Wala pa may board exam. But anyway, engineers are the field of people who actually do what they think of. No? It is so fascinating because everything we see around us is a product of engineering. Wala gi engineer aning atong gi puyan karon, no? And progress and the quality of life was also brought about by engineering, as the earlier lecture demonstrated, that the difference between hydroponics, and then you got aquaculture and aquaponics. So that evolution to the layman may not be very significant, but to engineers, it means a world of difference. So I guess this is the rare community where black and white are really distinct. Walay gray. There are no pwede na answers. You're either right or you're wrong. This field is a product of precision and accuracy. This field, therefore, is an advocate of truth. No? Now, if we see the revolution now of modern technology, everything is integrated. Sagol na tanan, electronics, computers, communications, mechanical, and even the statics of civil engineering. Everything is mixed. And it's a revolution that has liberated so much of our society, that has increased so much of the productivity, but it has also opened the risk to the enslavement of the population through technology. No? Especially sa among fields, sa computers where we handle the data. So with that, the challenge in governance, okay? Governance until today is like navigating a sailboat through the ocean. It has no engines to drive itself. It has no solar panels to sustain itself. It is still an art. Okay? Now, that difficulty is because there is no science in people relations. There is no science in interests. It is still an art. However, we would like to enlist the revolution of engineering in governance, because here you develop several new products, several new technologies, several new businesses to disrupt. We would like to challenge you in disrupting governance. How can we do that? Well, there are several applications that easily think of. Which we see our traffic system, a translation of fluid dynamics, no? And so many other things in minds. Sailboat can evolve itself. This so that we can foster our communities together with so with that, that is the forte of the vice mayor, but at least I am able to convey a small part of the message of people privately driven governance, where people, the engineers in particular, can help us drive our communities to develop. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Dax, for the message from the Vice Mayor. And we'll now move to the next presentations for this afternoon.
For our next presenter, Engineer Arnold A. Umbao, PME, FPSME, with the topic of chemical storage room design with safety aspects. Let's give a round of applause, please.
Sir Arnold.
Sir, may hapon dia, sir, no? It's very hard to be the next speaker bitaw sa mga eloquent speakers na kuna na to, man. Sura ni. Okay, good afternoon. My topic is about chemical storage. You might be thinking, why we're talking chemicals? Why a while ago we were talking hydroponics, no? Agriculture, chemical. Where is mechanical engineering here? And then there is that human resource, no? A while ago. The point here, mechanical engineers, one of our job, if you know this, is about pollution abatement, no? And pollution usually comes from chemical. Chemical engineers usually are facilities management people. And we usually deal with this. And to some extent, we have problem with this because we're not giving much emphasis on how to store chemicals. No? I think you understand we have four kinds of fire, no? E, B, C, and D. No? And D is a metal fire. And that is a very, what do you call this? Very hard to control kind of fire. And we're dealing with chemicals here. Let's see. So much, sir. I would like to introduce first myself, no? The ladies can call me anytime, but you can call me Arnold. I am highly involved in multinational companies before more than 3 decades, so don't count our age. Ang amo buhok ni Sir Trillo pare-pareho na, no? I've been doing high volume multinational manufacturing. I'm doing as well environment, health, safety, and facilities management. And this includes making factory from ground zero until production. No? I used to be a multinational corporation director for global engineering, and I have responsibility for facilities in the US, Mexico, Scotland, no? So Europe and North America. And eventually, I've been doing high-value project management within the Asia-Pacific region. So right now, we're trying to slow down. No? I'm doing technical management consultation for startups, and I'm really focusing on factory automation, safety solutions, and engineering control. No? This testing and commissioning included. I likewise completed a special management course at NSHAD Business School in Singapore. So I think that's it. I've been a PME for 25 years, and I look forward that some knowledge I can impart, because we need somebody to really take over the job that we are about to leave. No? Okay. Our objective here that we are going to provide, this kind of discussion here, the mechanical engineer, the basic concept of principles, the application for chemical storage. Likewise, we need to understand stored chemical behavior to ensure safe, helpful work environment. That is our job. And we need to know some control measures in eliminating accidental fires, because we have this accumulation of vapor and static charges. Likewise, we need to work out for a practical approach in giving, working on a program for industrial setting for chemical storage. Okay. Now, this is our learning roadmap. We need to look at, we need to understand, I think in our industrial ventilation, we have this airborne contaminants. Then we need to look at the kind of ventilation we need to put in place, in chemical storage. And likewise, the kind of fire suppression system. Storage structure, the blast wall, blast doors, the roofing that should be needed, and the setup in case there is the accidental spill, chemicals. Safety equipment, of course, included. Now, chemical general, the storage of chemical has this general requirement. At least in our side, we will understand that it should have a smooth flow of chemical in containers, material handling equipment, and the people that will be doing those things. Now, we have these areas to be what we call free from this thing, And then when stocking chemicals, it's very important that we understand the weight, the height, and the like. Now, I understand we are dealing with fire protection system, So there is that hydraulic calculation. And this is where, this system come in, The number of piles we're doing, the density needed. So this is it. So materials, storage general requirements, at least dalawa, It should have 2 exits. It should be properly illuminated, And the kind of illumination you'll be putting in place should be a sealed one. We'll never know. There might be some little spark, static that may be involved when we switch on things, So it should be a sealed lamp. They should have a proper ventilation. It may be natural or mechanical. And when we do mechanical, we should make sure that the motors we're going to choose should be explosion proof as well. Explosion proof, Okay. There are motors, a lot of motors, but then there are motors that are not sealed. And chemical storage should be a restricted area. It should not be something that anybody can just come in and out, something like that. It should be something that there is the authorization for the person that who will be storing or getting chemical. Okay. Now, this is some sample of properly ventilated na kinanglan ko, fan. It's open, but we're talking here of a small area only, But this is the most, what we call this, we can use. The air can free flow from all sides. So meaning the concentration of vapor will be minimized, if not eliminated. And here, look at this, the illumination. We can use the sunlight as well, area. If we're talking of a bigger area. Wow. Okay, there we go. Safety practices, When we do the storage, we usually have storage racks. We have adequate bracing, and it should be marked, for the kind of weight it can handle. And the best thing here, the storage rack should be bolted, bolted to the ground. Like this one, Maybe 1 or 2 of these will be bolted to the ground. Mostly, facilities, no, in manufacturing, electronic manufacturing, humidity is controlled to 50%, the most plus 55, no? When you have humidity at 50%, expect the generation of static is very possible. No? Paghikap mo lang, no? I went to Mexico. Our doors there, no, is grounded because if you touch the doorknob, you can just feel immediately because it's so dry. If you happen to those places, particularly Middle East, those with desert, you take up, no? When you go out to the bathroom, probably you don't need the towel anymore, no? You immediately got the dog. Unlike in the Philippines, our humidity goes 70, 72. You're still dripping wet, no? So that's why for industry or setting that has humidity control of 50%, 55, it should be properly grounded. How we do this? How we do this? Sana may tayo? Balik siya. Okay. Ito, next. Okay. In grounding storage racks should be bolted to the ground, no? Grounding purposes include minimum lang niya, 1 bolt to be drilled a deeper from the rest. Nag-ground ka, no? You might be bolting those storage, but at least one of those bolts, maybe 6 inches, a little bit deeper, no? So that the static can just go to the ground. Electrical charges, it goes back, but usually it goes to the nearest ground. So this is the theory here. So all racks inset should be interconnected as well. Say like, if there's another set of this one, you should have another wire here that will interconnect the racks, no? So that we can really dissipate the static. Static can cause fire. Now, if we really have a very flammable chemicals, no, we need to put that in a separate containment as well, no? And that one, we should be looking at for blast door or fire doors to be used, no? If there is that accidental fire, there is that explosion, that blast door will absorb the big shock. Ma-deform po, no? It will deform, but at least it will absorb the big shock. And then if there is fire, usually fire doors rated 1 hour fire, and this will help, no? When using this one, no? This is a blast door, fire door, something like that. This kind of door to be used when the chemical storage room houses very flammable chemicals, no? Kana bitang below 0 degrees centigrade, pwede na siya mo spark the vapor itself. So understand, we need to work on blast door, fire doors. There are rated for, no? 1 hour fire, 2 hour, depende. It becomes expensive. You will know that blast door or fire door is fire rated. Usually there is that what we call this tag there, no? From when you say UL Underwriter Laboratories, meaning it passes several tests already, or CSA, no? Canada Safety. We need to design as well spill containment on the floor. We need to lay out this one. We need to consider the trends on the side and the back of the room. Maybe on the side here, something here. It should be epoxy painted, no? Because parang sealed, no? Going to the ground and seepage. So to some extent, maybe you can use a second containment. This is a pallet. Just in case, small amount, 5-gallon kind of chemical, if there is that the container is compromised, this second containment at least can hold the spill. At least, make sure that there is a trench on the side and at the back storage. Because if there is that accidental spill, all those chemicals that were spilled will be collected on the trench. Now, you might be asking, how big is the trench? What is the volume? The volume of that. We'll give you example. Say if you're storing 5 drums, to imagine that those 5 drums will be compromised, and then the volume of the trench here is equivalent to 5 drums also, plus 10%, para di lapas. Plus 10%. So volume of 5 drums, 54 liters, 54 gallons. So times 5, you try to make a canal there or a trench that would hold about 5 drums of volume plus 10% so that it will not overflow. Okay. Another one, this will be the outlook. No? You can easily remove that, trenching the siding, accommodate chem spill. Now, during operation, probably, usually in our power plant, we have fuels, we have oil. We need to look at this. No? We need to provide berm to the perimeter of the room. It could be made of solid concrete or it could be made of rubber. Rubber can, can sustain chemical reaction. Okay. So just in case there's spill, the other area will not be contaminated. So we can, easily remove the spill in a contained area. Okay. Now, it can be made of solid concrete, mentioned a while ago, made of rubber. No? Okay. Okay. Now, we have the strengths, but to some extent, we need all those chemicals to go in one area so that there will be no accidental touching or accidental mixing. They may cause fire. It should go to a pit. Provision of some pit. The volume of the sum pit can equalize the volume of all chemicals in that room that may accidentally spill. No? Kung ang trench nimo gamay, if your trench, you made the trench is not really that enough for the volume of all the chemicals stored in that room, then we need to have this sum pit that all chemicals will be collected in there. Of course, the volume of all chemicals in that room, you need to add plus 15% so that there is no overflowing. Some pit, no? Okay. Some pit, senor. Okay. Now, here we go. A blast wall should be considered if the storage room is facing another critical facility of the building. So, you have series of building, your facilities, and then you have a chemical storage room adjacent to that building. Then that chemical storage room, the wall facing the chemical storage room should have a blast wall. No? Just in case something may go wrong, the business on the other side, on the other portion of the building will not be compromised. We were talking about this, particularly multinational, the insurance system there is very high. No? The premium is very big, and the requirements of insurance are this. particularly if you have chemical storage. So they are looking, when they audit, they wanted to see the blast wall, the blast doors and the like, no? Now, why are they thinking, I'm a mechanical engineer. This is a job of a civil engineer, no? Well, we need to collaborate as well because we will be the one talking to them what are the requirements, what chemicals we will be containing, and what is the distance, no? Diridapita. So we can ask the assistance here of the structural engineer. Now I'm thinking, I have this experience, when building a facility. So we have the discussion. Usually, it's the mechanical engineer that is doing the lead, in all this planning. At least in your side, if you happen to that to be in that position in the future, or maybe right now, and there's that plan of making, chemical storage and the like, then at least this is one area that you should view because, insurance nowadays, the premium is very high. Okay, blast wall. This is something like a very, what we call this, common. When we have the roofing, at least we have the air flowing, vent, because we don't want that this area will be heated, no? Our temperature in the Philippines, middle of April to middle of May, we go at 38 degrees centigrade. Just try to imagine that. And then there are chemicals that may already, what we call this, set on fire, below that temperature, no? Kaya mga high flammable. Now, look at this. Usually, chemical storage and distribution, chemical air change, no, for chemical storage, no, and distribution is usually 8 to 10 times, no, per hour. ECH, air change per hour, 8 to 10. What is that ECH? See, the volume of this room, sample lang is 1 cubic meter. So we need this fan to blow in 10 cubic meter and another fan to blow out 10 cubic meter of air in an hour. So meaning the air inside is being changed. Ay, bawa na mo ng air change, no? We need this one as well. You have a chemical storage room, you can place this outside or maybe to a strategically location, no? Strategic location in the area. This is what we call the chemical storage room, shower, emergency shower and eye wash. If something may spill, your eyes is being, what we call this, contaminated, subjected to contamination, you can wash your eyes here, no? And in case, it's a big spill that is already affecting your body, then to grab this lever and you have your shower. Ligo lang ta, no? It's very easy to change clothes than to change skin. Lang. So we need that one. Now, understand this symbol. Of this. This symbol is something the emergency response personnel will be using. No? When they see this one, what hazard will happen? When it's C3 here, it's extremely dangerous. When fire hazard, it will spark. I will explain this one. So meaning, if you store those chemicals, you are going to categorize those in hazard aspect. Because if something goes wrong, if your people are part of the emergency response group, if they can see this one, W, meaning no need, do not use water. This is a specific warning nga ayaw paggamit water because the chemical may violently react with water. So this is a very important one, a kind of signage when you put this in your chemical storage because this will guide, no? This is a guide, no? It does not say nga it will help but put out the fire. It will help the emergency people understand how to address the situation. Okay. Just like, give you example, fire, no, for fertilizer. Fertilizer fires, mo nang gitawag na to metal fires, no, may potassium, may titanium and the like. When you dose that with water, it will explode. No, and the kind of burn, you know, a person more than the 30-degree diretso. So what is needed there is a dry, not dry chemical, but dry powder. No? Dry powder and dry chemical are two different things. No? Dry chemical is something whitish. Dry powder is somewhere gray or black because dry powder is made of carbon graphite. Now, the theory there in putting out fire is composed of heat, oxygen, and fuel. Metal fire itself, they have oxygen. When they're on fire, they are producing oxygen. So the intensity of heat is extreme, no? Now, if you put water there, so it will explode. Now, graphite is made of carbon. What we call this? The capability of carbon to absorb heat is higher. So meaning, if you remove heat in the fire, no? Heat, fuel, and oxygen. If you remove heat or minimize heat, then fire will subside. Ano yung theory sa atong chemical? At least fire safety will know that, no? So this is very important. When you see this one, very important, you can visualize already the kind of danger in that storage area. Now, we need chemical handling storage. Why we need to separate incompatibles? Okay, because what? Chemicals, there might be some reaction. Now, there are two types of chemicals. No? The neutral one is water. The pH, we call it pH, power of hydrogen. Above 7 is base. Below 7, acid. Now, what happened if acid and base will mix? There is that massive corrosion. May tamo. Monang, we don't want that. pH, si sample sa acidic. No, if we have this ulcer, I will give you milk, no, para mawag ang ulcer. May ilonggotan, may cancer, may ilonggotan. Tagalog tani, no? Pag may ulcer, sabihin, inom ka ng alpine para mawalang ulcer. Basically, you're just adding what we call this injury to the ulcer because milk is acidic. The pH is 5, 6 something. Sometimes you have your car parked outside, no garage. You bought years ago, you might wonder if your car is black or red, it's becoming, whitish already. Our Joe, morning Joe, the pH of that is 6. So meaning, you let your car, being washed with acid every morning. Na maputi ang atop. So it's very important to cover the roof because, so this is it. Butangan pa kung may chemical storage, wala na. It will generate toxic gases kung mag-mix pod, no? Like, so Why we need to separate this one? We'll never know. There might be accidental breakage of containers. There might be container failure. It might melt. There might be an earthquake. There might be fire. And there might be loosely closed lid, of containers that the vapor might to, mix in the air. And then this is the worst thing, improper leveling of chemicals. See, this is now the thing that why we need to separate these chemicals according to the stages and the classes. Okay, now, here we go. You might be using small amount of chemicals in a certain process, or maybe in our facility where we have our plant, we have our chillers place. This one, we might be using small containers. Take note, if you are using this one, you put this in another container. So in the container, we have this second containment, at least 10% more of the original volume. If this is 1 liter, you put that in another container, see, this is 1 liter, and this is my second containment that is equivalent to 1.1 liters. So just in case this is compromised, at least my chemicals will be here plus the container. There is no overflowing. Okay. So this is it, no? Kani, we're using small thing, you have that second containment at least 10% more of the volume of the container, that the chemical is being held on. Embracing. Here we go. We need to separate these chemicals because we don't want those accidental, what do you call this, corrosion. We don't want those vapor, dangerous vapor. Most likely, we don't want fire. Now, the minimum provision for a chemical storage is a dry chem in tanks. Minimum na to, no? Dry chem in tanks. Or an automatic foam fire suppression system, no? Most aqueous or film-forming foam, no? It will smoothen liquid fires. Liquid fire usually class B, no? Kanang superficial. Now, note, flammable liquid fires don't respond well when water is poured on them. Itong mention ko kanina, worse if it is a class D fire, big no with water. So this is the ideal, no? But when we do fire protection hydraulic calculation, we use this room as the most demanding area, design area hydraulically. Pangkuhan lang, pag-plaster sa to, hydraulic calculation. But then, karon, when understanding chemicals, di pwede po ng tubig. But then it depends on the kind of what chemical you're storing. Probably with metal kind of chemicals, no? Fertilizer. So this is the thing that we need to look at. We used to have this power plant, no? They have this diesel plant, diesel storage tank. The fire protection there is aqueous film forming. Hindi tubig. Kasagaran, no? If you visit power plants, when they are stocking diesel fuel, they are using AFF. So at least in that area, you have the idea already. In summary, chemical storage, critical system we're mechanical engineers, no? We're regulated in the design. One ventilation system, summarize ko lang 8 to 10 ECH. Diyan nakatanaw. You need to use blowers that has a fireproof kind of motor. Pump it for pumping. Most, mention ko kanina, depende sa chemical gagawa, no? it is area sometimes used as the most demanding design area for fire-proof hydraulic calculation because of the fuel load. And then the metals to be used that can sustain corrosion. Itong ganina ang gikuha na to, berm, atong mga trends, what kind of metal? Nga it will not really corrode immediately. Maybe a year or two, then the start to notice those corrosion. So you can see there are those expanded metal that is galvanized coated, no? If you have the money, then stainless. Pero murag mahal kay tumban lang stainless, no? Dili lang ta sa galvanized coated. The kind of, so this is where we're coming in. Maintenance of the facility where chemicals are stored. Usually, mechanical engineers are facility engineering group people, no? Anang kasagaran. Now, another thing, go into this hydraulic calculation. There are only two requirements when we do hydraulic calculation para ng sprinkler, no? Mo tawag na to nga most demanding design area, we need to know that, and the total dynamic head, no? Because we don't compute that this sprinkler will burst in one time. Ito naman to pag-andam sa the most demanding. Now, if you are designing a fire protection for 25 floors, you don't compute that 25 floors will be on fire in one time, no? So we are talking of this one. At least chemical storage is one thing, is one area being viewed for this calculation. Nindot ano kay on time kayo na. On time mo no. May reward na, no? May reward no. So basically, balikan to chemical storage. Understand the area. We'll never know. Some of you will be going abroad. Some of you will be managing, facilities outside the country. Number one, to look at humidity of the place. No? Kaya humidity, that is where static come in. Mention ko kanina, pag 50 below, 50 something, diyan is very strong there. And nga naman strong ang humidity, strong ang static. Pure electrical. Our environment, no? Our environment is composed of charges, positive, negative, positive. So right now, it's flowing. You cannot feel static during rainy days. Nga naman. Humidity is higher, meaning there are moisture, flowing from the atmosphere going to the ground. Those charges, negative, is going to the moisture going to the ground. Kung taas ang humidity, 70 something, it will just go to the ground. But 50, since so much moisture, those charges cannot immediately go to the ground. Kaya wa man sasakyan. So it will go to your body. When you touch that, because your body is touching, then mo na mas static. Okay? So this, hapit ako madalas pala yun. Okay, I think, one a day. Pagka-piles na, Yeah, I look forward, at least bisang gamay lang, there's something na learn na to ron. Sir? Okay. It's very important, no? Now, what we're doing now in high-rise building in Cebu is we are, what we call this, is we are certifying buildings, no? So we need structural, architect, master plumber, PSME, PEE, the like. We do inspect those buildings. And one area we inspect usually is the facility area. Grasa, oil, fuel are there. No? Now, try to look at your PSME code. There is that limit for amount of fuel to be stored in the given area. Hindi nakabot 5,000 liter, goro. No, 4,990. Try to check on that. No, because it's one area. As a engineer, facility manager, or in the future, ikaw manager, you've been knowledgeable of those things, and beware, no? The insurance aspect of your facility. Right now, we're doing building going up. Minimum cost, 5 billion. Minimum. Now, mo sa storage room. So this is it. Okay. I think that winds up things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very informative and very detailed. So, yeah. So we've learned a lot, di ba?
Wala na question, no?
Do you have still questions
Wala question, no?
for the Zoom?
Wala na.
So detailed.
Hello, question na. Mga snacks na ta. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There's question from the online. Oh, sige. Okay. Sige. Which one? Good PM, sir. Do some pit in chemical storage needs partition to avoid possibility of mixing spilled non-compatible chemicals?
Ato ba sa ma'am, be? Libog na na.
The highlighted one. The highlighted one, sir.
Do some pit in chemical storage need partition to avoid possibility of mixing? Basically, no need na kaya some pit, all the chemicals that is spilled will be there. Kuha na siya, murag waste na siya. Kaya once the chemical is already spilled, the purity there is no longer the same.
Okay. So it's already mixed up.
It will be, ang some pit, just one whole area, one whole volume that is capable to contain the whole, what we call the stored chemical.
So partitions are not
No,
needed.
partition.
Anything
Na siya ang
else?
pinaka-important sa pit because sometimes water is mixed also there.
Okay, sir. That was very clear then. Thank you, sir. So any more questions from the on-site? Questions?
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. And for, let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions.
Okay, Pata?
We will proceed.
Stretching muna?
Time out.
Time out?
Time check,
Stretching
time check.
muna.
Time check,
Okay, you
Pata.
can stand up, wiggle, and
Yeah.
stretching kay maraganina ra gyud kay ta.
A few minutes for CR break, bladder break, before we call on the next.
CR break muna. Stretching po. Sige po, let's stand up pa for stretching. Sige tayo po lahat para ma-energize po tayo. Because we still have one presenter po. Ang music, Walang music, sideways, ganun. Sasayaw doon, Sir Levy.
Ay, si Princess.
Okay na yun, sige. So let's proceed.
Okay, we go proceed now to our next product presenter. It will be from a local company, Treasure Islands Industries Corporation. It will be presented by Ayan Hamoner, Sales Manager of Treasure Island Industries.
Are you here, sir?
Please give him a hand.
Round of applause, please. Oh, here you go.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon to my fellow mechanical engineers. And especially to the online engineers out there. We would like to thank you for inviting us here for the 7th Visayas Regional Conference. And our presentation is all about product portfolio of Treasure Island with regards of all market channels. No? We have paints for decorative, marine, protective, and chemicals and thinners with wood varnishes. Okay, so let me introduce myself. No? Again, I'm owner. No? I'm handling the marine and protective coating. Okay, so let me a video clip, a short video clip for the company overview. Okay.
For more than 60 years now, Treasure Island Industrial Corporation has played a part in helping you do what you do best. Our spirit of innovation lives on as we strive to continuously bring you high-quality products and personalized service to suit your every need. True to our commitment to pursue excellence and global competitiveness, we now bear ISO 9001, HACCP, and Halal. Through our headquarters in Metro Cebu and our satellite offices nationwide, Treasure Island is set to take care of your needs. Your continued support and patronage allows us to give back to the community through initiatives such as calamity relief, tree planting, and housing and livelihood projects. With our wide range of products and the industries we are in, one might ask, why is it we do what we do? At the end of the day, we strive to be our very best so you can do what you do best. Treasure Island Industrial Corporation, 60 years and beyond.
Okay, so Treasure Island is 60 years, no? That video was taken last maybe 10 years ago. So Treasure Island right now is 70 years in the industry. Okay, so next, sir. What we want to introduce to you is the construction stages that where the product of Treasure Island is usable. Okay, so Treasure Island is providing solutions at every construction stages. Okay, say sir, next. First, we have foundation, we have waterproofing, roofing, finishing, including tiling, skim coating, interior, exterior painting, and we have the interior design. So for the foundation, we have product for the foundation. The brand is Epoxyl Pile Splicing. No? It's used for a pile driving epoxy adhesive. Yung mag-drill tayo ng pilote. Okay. So we have that compressive strength of 12,000 PSI, flexural strength of 9,000, tensile strength of 6,000, initial curing time of 20 seconds, no? With a full cure of 15 minutes. Suitable for construction that requires pile drive as structural foundation. So within 15 minutes, it's fully cured. Next, sir. Next slide. So ito yung picture niya, no? Adhesive and sealant. Kung nakikita niyo, yung first picture, yung nag-drill siya ng pilote. Then, nag-mix siya after the end of that connection with the second pilote, meron siyang dowel with 4 holes. No? So, in between that, you have to mix the adhesive with the silica sand. Then, continue to pile drive. So, within 15 minutes, fast drying yan siya. No? Continue to drill. Okay, sir. Next. Another for structural, we have this epoxy concrete, high visco epoxy, suitable for concrete retrofitting and repair. No? We have this compressive strength of 11,000 PSI. This fully cure in 24 hours. So, relevant to what Dr. Engineer Umbao said a while ago, that you need to fully apply an epoxy for the area, for PIP, no? Darating tayo dyan. Okay. Next, sir. Yeah, same with epoxy with high viscosity applied for horizontal with big cracks, no, to your concrete flooring. Next, sir. For concrete epoxy LB, product used for scaling and honeycomb repair epoxy. Repairing for scaling and for those yung mga hairline cracks, no? Next, sir. I have that picture. Yan. Then sa mga floors natin, dun sa mga facilities, manufacturing, merong mga cracks doon sa flooring, no? That we need to repair and to reimburse yung strength ng concrete. So, minsan, ang ginagawa natin, we have to use the grinding machine para palakihin natin para malagyan ng epoxy. No? It's an LB, low visco epoxy. Bakit design for LB? Para mapasukan lahat yung mga cracks. No? Next, sir. Yes. This crack injectable epoxy is another product for structural for hairline cracks repair. No? Next, sir. Ito yung picture. Usually, nagamit ito ng mga structural engineer. Merong earthquakes, no? Cracks ng mga foundation natin. No? Kung saan may nag-crack, i-inject yan using may injector na machine. You have to mix that epoxy, i-inject natin sa hole using the hose. Yan, nag-hole siya. And then, lahat ng area na pwede siyang tumulo, nilagyan ng mga high-build epoxy. Pwede siya makatulo. Until such time na mapuno na yung mga holes. Then, magbutas pa rin siya ibang mga area hanggang mapuno ng epoxy LB. Okay? Next. And we have also epoxy for wooden bangka, no? Applicable for wooden bangka. Next, sir. So, next, sir. This the same as E and B formulation. And the non-sag epoxy. So, maraming klaseng epoxies nga pwede natin gamitin. Non-sag epoxy is designed for overhead. Ganito na mga dents, medyo malaki, no? Up to 10 mm, no? Na crack. So, pwede niyang i-fill in. Na hindi magsasag. It's a non-sag epoxy. Okay. So, sir, next. Epoxy enamel is normally we apply it for top coats, for metal, structural steel, no? Next, sir. Yeah, just 3 components, no? 3:1 in ratio. Next, sir. Okay, those are the epoxies, no? We will go for the waterproofing. For waterproofing, we have Concreto Band 3001. Concrete underlay waterproofing membrane, suitable for toilet, bath, roof decks, cistern tanks. We have concrete gutters, concrete verandas, and terrace. So, waterproofing for horizontal application. This is only for horizontal application. Okay. Next is the Concretoban 3002. Excellent water repellent with flexible bridging properties. Firewall, suitable for firewall, underground wall, toilet, and bath wall, concrete gutter spout, concrete tanks wall. No? It's almost for the construction solution yun siya. Plaster and vertical application. So pang vertical lang siya na waterproofing. So hindi siya sa horizontal. Okay. So this Concretoban 3003, iba to, crystalline capillary waterproofing. No, suitable for underground waterproofing, for swimming pools, water ponds. No, waterproofing for vertical and horizontal application. So versatile to, dalawang function niya, vertical and horizontal. Just to give you an idea of the coating system, this is a basement wall. We have reinforced concrete. Next, sir. Concrete 3001, the first application of capillary and Concretoban water plug. For those area may malaking mga butas, yon gamitan natin ng plug kasi may malakas na pressure yon. At saka top coat na with any kind of paints. At the basement. Next, sir. For elevator pit, we have reinforced concrete and the Concretoban 3003, which is 2 to 3 m, no? On the landing part of the elevator. No? So if you want to waterproof for the spillage, as what Dr. Engineer ni kanina, kailangan siya ma-epoxy, apply na epoxy, at saka i-waterproof natin for any chemical spillage. Okay? Next. For epoxy tank lining, which is food grade for cistern tank, we have reinforced concrete, Concretoban 3003, water plug, and epoxy marine putty, as what we discussed earlier. And we have transpoxy master band with specific film thickness from 100 to 150. And then the top coat of tank guard. Okay, tank guard is a food grade form of epoxy. Can be for drinking water. It can be also used for, as Dr. Duanso, no, tong para sa fish cage niya, it can be used also that, no, that food grade epoxy. Okay. Next, sir. For fire reserve cistern tank, we have Concretoban 3003, water plug, and then epoxy marine putty, and the hydro finish product for the fire reserve cistern tank, or maybe for the utility use of the building, no? Or any facilities. Next, sir. Roofing. First, roofing. A epoxy primer is used for primer for structural. Okay. Durable, long-lasting primer epoxy for steel structure. Okay, next, sir. Aside from epoxy, we have island metal primer. Island metal primer is just an alkyd base, so not an epoxy base. So primer coating for steel and metal, but it different, no, from the epoxy base than the alkyd base. Alkyd base is only enamel base. Okay, so paint project, we have San Juanico Bridge. No, the next one. And the roof coat, which is actually the product for roofing. A top coat for galvanized, gutter, downspout, and roof tiles or unglazed brick tile. Recommended primer for GI metal. So iba ang primer ng GI. Di basta patungan natin agad ng roof coat, no? If a new GI sheets substrate, okay? We have Mita prime gray prior to the top coat. Okay, for internal styling and skim coating, tapos na tayo sa roofing, internal fixtures tayo. Sa internal fixtures, we have equipped tile adhesive, no? Sa powder mix product na tayo. No? Thin or thick bed application tiles, no? Equip tile adhesive and fix it right. Ano yon? The premium and the economical brand. Dalawa. Okay. Next, the Super Kini Skim Coat is a hydrophobic, flawless smooth finished concrete. Application for concrete wall, fiber cement board, gypsum board, walls. So fast sitting, excellent bonding, and filing properties. No? Packaging is 20 kilograms per bag. Ito na yung bago na ginagamit sa construction ngayon. Traditional, before we are using concrete putty. Pero ngayon, skim coating na agad from the rough surface of the finishing. Diretso na. So, sitting time is 15 to 20 minutes. Pwede na natin lihain at saka pinturahan. It's that easy, okay? Exterior and interior painting. Prima. No? Mga Bisaya familiar with brand Prima. No? So, bago lang tayo sa Luzon, so hindi pa familiar si Prima. No? Prima is a culinary adhesion and good alkali resistance. This is a water-based paint. A latex-based paint. Good for concrete wall, fiber cement board, stone walls. Sa architectural paint for interior and exterior application with good gloss retention, with excellent durability. Recommended primer is 3001 primer. 301 primer. Okay. So we have Apple One, Azon Residence, iba pa na mga projects na natatapos natin as a showcase project. Exterior, interior painting, we have Star Elastomer. Ibang segment din to ng produkto. Self-priming, elastomeric, and crack bridging properties. No? Good for concrete walls, fiber cement, stone walls. It's a self-priming architectural paint for interior and exterior application. No need for primer. No? Mas elastic siya. Still, a water-based paint. Okay. Ocean view. It's a low-cost housing and commercial building for Prince Warehouse. Next. We have 16Jul. It's a self-priming, premium grade and flexible waterproof exterior coating based on aqueous rubber-like polymer. Ano features niya? Exceptional water resistance, much flexibility, excellent bonding property, good outdoor durability, conceal hairline cracks and crevices of concrete surfaces. High-end elastomer, recommended for waterproofing paint concrete. Yeah, FlexiGel is a purely elastomeric resin. Iba yung modified. Yung elastomer is just a modified, no? May kunting siya, flexibility. Pero unlike FlexiGel is really yung flexible and elastomeric resin ang ginagamit. Okay? For Texacoat, balik mo muna lang. For Texacoat, is an excellent outdoor paint, durable for exterior. Yung tinatawag na solvent type paint. Good for UV resistance. Can be applicable also for concrete walls, fiber cement board, stone walls. Quality protection for wood and concrete surfaces, idea for exterior application. Pang exterior talaga to. So lahat ng mga residences na may magandang budget, yon ginagamit dito for exterior wall. Okay. We have showcase project in Queensland Manor, no? Fairly Texacoat yan. Next month. Color Quick, common is a quick drying enamel, but our product right now is a lead-free quick dry enamel, no? Following the clean and green regulation the government. So lead-free na lahat yan, no? For metal primer, recommended primer, and island wood lacquer and sealer. Okay, next ma'am. Sa Color Quick, we have life. May buhay pa tayo ngayon. Buhay ba? Yeah, life. Life brand is a low odor, a low VOC paint. Okay, application used for children's room, hospitals, nursery schools. Sa environment-friendly antimicrobial paint. No? It's a satin finish sa water base. Walang amoy. Kahit pinturahan niyo yung bahay, yung kwarto niyo ngayon, in a few minutes, pwede mong pasukin. Walang amoy. Sa low VOC. No? So, mga projects natin is G-Park, operational. Yung maintenance ng mga rooms nila, laging napipintura. So, pinturahan nila ngayon, bigyan lang ng oras yan, pwede na. Occupy na. Okay? For interior painting, we have Decoratex is for texture design. We have two kinds of texture design, the low profile and the high profile. Depende yun sa mga anong gusto ng design na depende sa skill ng pintor at saka yung sa interior designer mo. Okay. Stucco. Who are familiar with Stucco? EIFS. For aircon installer. Ano yun? Ano to si Stucco? EIFS. Applied over properly prepared concrete walls and other properly primed surfaces to enhance a granular look appearance to exterior wall. A classic finish coat for EIFS system. We have recommended coating, plain stucco finish. We have concrete bond, 2 coats. Just to give you a short overview of the system, coating system. We have Prima primer and the stucco finish. For EIFS system, we have concrete bond, styrofoam, concrete bond, wire mesh, and stucco. Bakit may styrofoam at saka wire mesh? Okay, next month. Ito yung appearance niya. From the substrate of concrete o CHB, meron siyang adhesive at saka meron siyang foam. At saka meron din siyang lagyan ng adhesive at saka wire mesh as reinforce. And then, applyan siya ng stucco. Yung kung meron siyang half term at saka full term, no? Kung titingnan niyo yung finish niya next month. Meron tayo mga finished projects, B-Resort. Lahat ng exterior wall niyan, naka-stucco, may foam. So, yung heat transfer, di ba? From sunlight to interior walls mo. So, 50% of it, mas-save niya, lower niyang heat transfer. So, hindi masyado mainit sa loob. So, sige ma'am. The ref, lahat gaisano, kung titingnan ninyo, gaisano, exterior wall, magaspang, stucco yan. No, stucco yan. Naka-foam yan in between the wall, concrete and the top coat. Sige, next month. So other industrial coatings, we have epoxy for floor coatings, Ideal for industries similar to food processing plant, hospitals, breweries, warehouses, factories, and ship decks. Recommended undercoat is a sealer. So meron din tayong pintura niyan doon sa mga flooring ng mga warehouses, na factories. So ever. Ma'am, next. Next, ma'am. So for this epoxy, also applicable, designed for flooring, but ang difference nito is multi-bond self-leveling finish is it exhibits very high degree of toughness, no? Strength, adhesion, at saka may chemical resistance yan. No? Yung mga area na may oil spillage, so kaya niyang ma-resist. Hindi siya basta ma-fade. Excellent in leveling, property, and insensitive to surface sharpness. So walang mga sharp objects, no? Kasi ang dali niyang yun ang problema din ng mga facilities or mga warehouses or planta na mga direct to metal pointed objects. So masisira yung pintura. Design a finish coat for flooring in industrial factories, warehouses, ship decks, malls, and the likes. Okay. So we have paints also for swimming pool. Modified chlorinated rubber base paint designed to provide a tough and durable finish for swimming pools. Recommended for coating is for granite, water fountain, or cement pond. Next one. So this is the system on how to do it. First, we have to moisture test the surface. Then surface preparations, very important. Surface and must be clean, dust-free, and free of loose mortar and other adhesion barrier. Scrape old coatings and smudge. Remove dirt, oil, grease, algae, and salt adequately prior to primer application. So surface preparation is very important prior to painting. So apply the waterproofing, the concrete to bond 3001 in one coat, then let it dry in 2 days prior to tapping at least 1/2 inch of semento or mix tappingan natin pa-cure natin ng 7 days at saka mag-moisture test na naman tayo. No? For swimming pool application yan. Baka gusto niyo magawa ng swimming pool sa bahay. Okay? So again, moisture test. And then, if meron tayong tools, apparatus nun, how to measure the moisture. If everything is clear and then acceptable, okay na. Proceed to primer and then the top coat. Okay? But we have to maintain the pH value of the swimming pool around 7.2, I think, to 7.8 pH. No? Kasi masisira din yung skin natin. No? Okay. So ito yan, Villa Paraiso Resort, ang water park. Ito yung bagong project natin natapos. So industrial coating for traffic paint or for marking asphalt and concrete road, pavement, and highways. It can also be used for bridges, pathways, storage, parking area, and other similar applications. No? Can be in color available in white, yellow, orange, and black. This is a chlorinated rubber base paint. So, dyan somewhere sa Talamban, no? Nagpipintura kami na samples. No? Iba-ibang kulay. Okay. For industrial coating, we have sport court, a single pack synthetic rubber, solvent base, non-slippery floor, and sport court. Applicable substrate, indoor, outdoor, concrete floor, basketball, lawn, tennis, badminton, gymnasium, or similar. No? Best Best for indoor and outdoor. Okay, next ma'am. So before and after. It's a basketball covered court. So coating system. Ito lang. Again, surface preparation must be dust of clean. Yan pa rin, balik pa rin. Saka primer ng epoxy sealer coat. No? One coat lang, coverage to 30 square meters per gallon set yan. It's a practical coverage ng pintura. Okay? A recoat interval with minimum of 6 hours overnight. You can use roller brush. And then top coat of sport court coating, at least 2 coats. With 6 hours overnight na curing every coat. No? 6 hours o overnight. Ito, marine coatings is paint intended for marine, no? For vessel, steel, mga steel hull. No? Transocean is the brand. Transocean is a Netherlands brand, and Treasure Island is just a sole distributor of the brand. No? I'm handling the product. TransAsia, Togo, Kokalyong, and is our customer, and also Chunishi is. We have many customers na nag-dry dock sa Chunishi. No? Under maintenance, we also sold to them product for maintenance. So, again, for interior design, for 70 years ni Treasure Island, alam ko, for Bismen, kilala niyo to. Kasi lahat ng halos hardware, naka-placement tong mga chemicals na to. So, Luzon area is a virgin market. No? So, hindi pa to kilala sa Luzon. GI, plastic varnish, Mayon lacquer thinner, sanding sealer, Apollo, and did flat. All of them are available in the hardware in the Bismen. Okay? That product is usable for the interior design. And we have a big opportunity for Luzon. Kung sino yung gusto mag-dealer doon. No? Opportunity ninyo. Okay. So interior design. We have Mayon lacquer thinner, thinning of paint, reducer for wood coatings, no? High solvency and enhances gloss retention. So, si Mayon lacquer thinner, bakit Mayon talaga ang gagamitin? Because it's high solvency. Kaya niyan tunawin yung pintura kahit epoxy. Maganda yung gloss retention ng pintura mo, ng mga varnishes mo. Okay, go. Next one. Apollo sanding sealer. It's a medium density fiber board applied for plywood, hardwood, and soft wood. Excellent sitting properties. Pang-sad natin, pang-sealed ng wood grain. Sanding sealer. Kasi pag walang sealer, lahat ng top coat mo, suyok yun, ang tawag doon. Hindi siya ma-sealed, no? Ang grano ng kahoy, tatayo yan. Okay, next. GI plastic varnish, no? Common to. Alam natin to. Sa kupal varnish, no? Furniture, handicraft, woodworking, bamboo. Deep penetrating and excellent gloss. Lahat ng mga bamboo furniture, hardwood furniture are using this product. Okay? GI plastic varnish. And the rubber cement, the Apollo rubber cement, we have leather applicable for rubber, leather, vinyl, and laminates. Excellent durable adhesion, easy to apply. It's a rubber cement, it's adhesive. Okay? Next. So, MDC, Maitland Smith, Patibco, and even Kinit Koponpe are using the product of Treasure Island. Uno, for Visaya, kilala to si Kenneth Koponpe. Siya yung famous na Cebuano furniture designer. I think he's on the interior craft of the island. So, he's #1 user of the Treasure Island. Furniture products, coatings. Okay, so get to know us. Visit us at www.islandpaints.com.ph or like us on Facebook, Island Premium Paints. No? For technical support, you may call 032-232-0513 until 17. Kung gusto niyo mag-apply ng dealer doon sa Luzon or any point in you can just email and malaki opportunity. Okay, thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very informative product line of
Thank you so much,
Treasure
sir.
Island. Brought to you by the member of the PSME Cebu. Now moving on to the next item for today's activity is another product presentation by Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated.
And it will be presented online by their project manager and head engineer, Randy Garcia. Randy Garcia. Lincoln. Sir Randy, can you unmute po?
Hi, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Afternoon po, sir.
I'm Engineer Randy Garcia, Mechanical Engineer from Central Laguna Chapter. On behalf of Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to allowing to us to present our company along with our business partners, H-Star Refrigerating Equipment Group. Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines is a fabricator, distributor, importer of air filters, water filters, filter bags, and other equipment. We are also an accredited mechanical contractor by Philippine Contractors Accredited Board or PICAB. And also we would like to show you our company video for you to know about more in Lincoln.
What makes our world more protected, safer, and efficient? At Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated, we exceed the needs and the requirements of clients and ensure that our products and services meet the highest standards on quality and safety. Behind every essential good that we utilize is from manufacturing industries. And behind every successful manufacturing industry, there is Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated. With over 14 years of experience in providing finest and most reliable products, LMPI started on February 26, 2007, and has been known to be a significant importer, manufacturer, and trader in the local industry. Through the years of our growth and prosperity in service, we have established numerous multinational companies, both new and existing, as we cater their needs and expectations from what Lincoln can offer. Our mission is to pursue and to aspire to continuously improve our technical and manufacturing capabilities, as well as to seek for better and more effective means to serve our valuable clients. We have become an expert in various principal activities, such as design, fabrication, and assembly of filter systems and filter products for the semiconductor and electronics, cement manufacturing, chemical and other industry design, construction, maintenance and troubleshooting of clean rooms, including air handling units. The company manufactures quality products such as air filters, filter bags, liquid filter, filter cloth, RONDI system, metal fabrication, dust collector unit, and many more. By combining hard work and perseverance with in-depth market understanding, LMPI provides solutions to constantly look for a more effective means of serving our valued customers for all kinds of manufacturing needs, from automotive industry, food industry, microelectronic industry, pharmaceutical industry, hospitals, and buildings. As the company thrives with over the years of service, LMPI has also networks abroad, such as H-Stars, Berkey Socks, Gore, BFM Fittings, Arex, who strengthened the foundation of being the #1 distributor in the Philippines. For a company who treats one another as a family, LMPI promotes integrity, honesty, loyalty, collaboration, and engagement among its employees. Through shared values of this company, we inculcate productivity and efficiency. Lincoln Manufacturing Philippines Incorporated will continue to serve in full potential because we will always be here to provide solutions.
And that's it for our company. And now we would like to present our business partner, H-Star Refrigerating Equipment, Miss Natalie Shang and Mr. Michael Yip.
So hello. Hello. Okay. Guys, you can hear us now?
Now let's start. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Natalie, sales manager from H-Stars Group. I'm very pleased to present to you today. Let me introduce our team. This is one of our director, Mr. Michael.
Hello.
He has contributed 30 years with thousands of patents in air handling unit technology, and today he is going to share some of AHU technology and the contribution we have done through our product during COVID pandemic year. Next, I'm going to spend 10 minutes to give you a general introduction of our company and product range and tell you what we can do after that. Michael will give you a 10 minutes presentation on the technology part. First of all, I guess some of you already know H-Stars brand. Some of you may not familiar with this brand because we have just started to promote our brand globally. But we are a well-known brand company inside China with 30 years manufacturing HVAC equipment. We are one of the largest manufacturer on industrial chillers, heat pumps, AHU. I will explain to you 6 aspects. First, I will give you a very short, brief company introduction. Secondly, I will tell you our product chain. Thirdly, I will prove how H-Stars ensure the quality by introducing you testing equipment in our facility. Fourthly, we will introduce you some product reference. Fifthly, our company honor and quality shall be shared with you. Sixth, we will present some of our patent certificates. Last but not the least, air handling unit product details. H-Stars Group has established in 1992, a Hong Kong invested company with 8 subsidiaries, including 4 factories, headquartered in Guangzhou, China, with 30 years factory experience to provide high quality global customer with safe, efficient, and reliable cooling and heating equipment. With over 100 advanced technologies, 300 patents to create new trends in the industry, H-Star Group able to serve more than 30,000 companies from all over the world, including A Fortune and 500 companies. Below are our subsidiaries list. The first is H-Star's headquarters in Guangzhou. It is mainly manufacture the chiller heat pump unit. The second is UAR, mainly manufacture shell and tube heat exchangers and thin coil type heat exchanger. The third is H-Star's Tailwind, air handling unit manufacturers. The fourth is H-Star Xinjiang, mainly manufacture the heat pumps. Six, Hengxin is in charge of Chinese domestic market after sales, repair, and maintenance service. Next, Stars Flying Company is focused on green energy saving products. Hengya Engineering is in charge of project design and installation service. H-Stars import and export. It handles all above factories overseas business and bring our product to all over the world. Next, I will introduce the product chain. Our main equipment on cooling and heating system will be as below: energy saving chiller, industrial heat pumps, and customized equipment, including low temperature heat pumps and centrifugal chillers. H-Stars Group commercial unit, including high efficiency flooded chiller, magnetic oil-free chiller. H-Stars industrial chiller as below: industrial water cooled and air cooled chiller. And it is all in one unit. The chiller is integrated water tank and water pump in a one unit. So it's a more save labor cost and save installation time. H-Stars heating equipment with 2 functions, cooling and heating. The maximum temperature difference is from 45 to 85 degrees. The heat pump can work under the ambient temperature to minus 25 degrees. including sewage source heat pumps for spa, low ambient temperature heat pump, air source heat pump, low temperature chiller. The chiller that produces the chill water to -35 degrees. There are 3 types. The first one is high temperature type. The chill water temperature can reach from 5 degrees to 0 degrees. The second is the medium type. The chill water temperature can reach -15. The third one is ultra low temperature. The chill water can reach -35. Low temperature chiller includes the magnetic oil chiller, VFD chiller, centrifugal chiller. This is our special customized equipment. It includes dual source heat pump, explosion proof chiller, and the integrated chiller. Especially the customized ASME standard chiller that we have exported to Australia before. The biggest contribution to the COVID-19 epidemic is the HSTA's Tellurine air handling unit, especially the fresh air system, which is often used in operating room and isolation room for virus patients in the hospital. HSTA's Tellurine manufacture the combined modular air handling unit, rooftop package air handling unit. UAR manufacture the shell and tube heat exchanger, fin type heat exchanger for around 30 years. We have done OEM for Chen, Hitachi. HSTAS has a large equipment testing center, can test large capacity equipment. We will do the 100% testing before shipment. There are rare such big testing center in the industry. Here is our testing equipment display, including professional power distribution cabinet, air handling unit laboratory, heat pump chiller laboratory, and the product testing station. Next, I will introduce the project reference. HSTAS and our agent Lincoln Manufacturing Inc. will provide you one-stop service. HSTAS has 30 years experience, has done project for Toyota, Colgate, Coca-Cola. And this is our HSTAS chiller on-site installation for the biggest shopping mall in China, Wanda Plaza. Project for Thailand, Toyota Workshop. It adopts the dual source heat pump. It priority use the water source and can switch to air source mode when the water is leakage. Hot water temperature can reach 90 degrees. Dual source heat pump is suitable for the water shortage area. This is project for Coca-Cola. It uses the evaporative flooded chiller, which is high COP up to 5.8. It is more energy saving. Project for pharmaceutical system design. It adopts flooded chiller and combined air handling unit for the factory. These are products on site installation for pharmaceutical company. This is the project for Peru Hospital. It adopts 17 rooftop package air handling units. The capacity from 30 kilowatts to 150 kilowatts. The unit is equipped with antibacterial water basin, UV lamp, and fresh air system, which can effectively provide you with the fresh air to hospital under COVID-19. HSTARS has got PED, ISO, CRAA certificates. HSTARS has got 300 patents in chiller, heat pump, AHU, heat exchangers. Some of the projects just introduced are our end client. In addition, our end client also includes Wanda Plaza, Coca-Cola, Huawei, and the Toyota, BYD, Foxconn. Thank you all. That's my presentation. Next, let's welcome Michael to tell you how to control the air handling unit, products quality, and what is the most important factor to technologies in AHU. Why HSTARS products quality is better than others. I believe you will find the right answers there in details. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lincoln, and welcome everybody. I'm Michael Yip. In this section, I would like to introduce STARS air handling units. Our main purpose of the air handling units is energy saving, clean and healthy air, serve the society, innovative combination, flexible custom-made, infinite business opportunity. In this year, 2021, people meet a big problem. What problem? Is COVID-19. This disease takes people's lives and affects the livings. We will ask ourselves what we can do more in the air conditioning system to face this problem. The other problem is that the outdoor temperature is higher than before, and how we can do something to deal with that. In the following introduction, I would like to share some of my experience in dealing with these problems. There are an overall aspect. Let us first introduce the basic components, function of our AHUs. First is about the handling units, air handling units. The casing is important. You see, it composed of the coil, heating elements, fan and motor, drain pan, and the control panels. In our AHU, our frame is really COVID free. Why? Because it consists of 2 aluminum beams and joined together with a nylon plastic. So it cut off the cold breach, and also very beautiful appearance. And for the coil, we have different material of coil and different size of coils, different rows. And the coil is selected by the software. So you can have the ideal coil selection for your engineering work. And also for the heating. The heating, usually we use a high efficiency electric heater and some double protection PTC heater. And also you can also use hot water heating coil. And at the same time, the steam heating coils. And for the humidifying, we usually use the electro humidifier, and steam humidifier and other systems can also be employed. And for the fan is an important component in an air handling unit. Usually we use centrifugal fan, but for the high pressure system, you can use a single inlet high pressure fan. And for other purpose, we can use plug fan Nowadays, more people like to use easy blower fans, axial fans. Also, we can have a stainless steel centrifugal fan for some food industry. And also the drain pan is quite important for the hygienic. If there are condensations in the pan, it's no good. So we built an V-shaped drain pan. We have a slope slightly towards down the drain pan to the drain pipe. So to keep the drain pan in a higher hygienic condition. And you see, some application area are near the seaside. So we would like to introduce some anti-corrosion applications. For example, for the condensing coil, if it is installed near the seashore, it will be easily corroded. So we can propose a coil guard. It will keep the coil's service lifetime double. So it is recommended. And also others application is also available. For example, the copper fin and some stainless steel casing also. And also at the same time, we supply and install the electrical control system. It depends on different application. It can be a PLC, it can be a touch screen available. So there's another type of air conditioner. Is at the same time, it controls the temperature and also the humidity. For the constant temperature and constant humidity units, we have different products available. We have over 20 years of design and practical experience. It can be used at the same time in some different industrial and medical applications. There are another type of products for large capacity direct expansion air conditioner and rooftop units. For a big size and a big capacity direct expansion unit, sometimes we can deliver the product to the work site by sections, and then build it up together at the job site. And also we have rooftop units. So you can see the rooftop units is an all-in-one standalone unit, which included the air-cooled condensers, sometimes the water-cooled condensers, and the air handling units, and the built-in electrical control box. Okay, to this section, people nowadays, they concerned more about the fresh air and the cleanliness of the air and the energy saving. You see, human beings spend most of their lifetime at indoor space. And indoor quality, sometimes they call it IAQ, becomes an important issue. However, essentially, continuously, fresh air is added to indoor air, and good air, fresh air contributes good IAQ. We all noted that today outdoor air is contaminated by industrial and vehicle discharges, smoke, bacteria, mold, and waste and harmful gas. And the fresh air would mix to indoor and polluted our indoor air space. Meanwhile, many harmful gases are colorless, tasteless, and easy to be ignored unless the indoor is diagnosed. Recent research reports show the situation is more serious in most cases. So in the treatment of fresh air, it is not only purifying and filter air, but it takes various energy saving measures to reduce the energy consumption as well. With the development of science and technology and advanced, flexible, customized design, the optimization of product gives solution to fresh air treatment to meet different environmental treatments and installation requirements to ensure we have the true IAQ. New fresh air related functional components and products is shown as the following section, and special customized non-standard products are available. So in order to have some energy saving, there are a lot of means, but we show you some of what we are doing. One important component is the heat recovery wheel. For the heat recovery wheel, it saves some of the cooling energy from the return air and then cool down the fresh air. That saves energy. There are different insulation methods. And this product is a combination of the fresh air recovery together with an air handler. And also at the same time, we have the plate type heat recovery fresh air unit. You can see that we use an EC, electronically commutated blower fan inside and a modulating air damper. And this practice, we also use a stainless steel cabinet. And another heat recovery product, we install the heat recovery, that plate heat recovery, and together with a direct expansion cooling system, all in one unit. So for an engineer, is responsible to design and provide adaptive fresh air supply and IAQ to an air-conditioned space to ensure the health of the air conditioning occupants. Of course, there are different solutions of energy saving, and due to limited time, we cannot introduce one by one. Say, besides heat recovery, we can also use the heat pipe system. The heat pipe can be a good dehumidification component and save the energy. And also other applications we can discuss later. Also, we recent year, due to the polluted air, and at the same time, we want to decrease the bacteria and the virus. So we developed some equipment which can handle this part of problems. So you can see this cabinet. This cabinet involves many functions. This cabinet, when the return air coming in the cabinet, we have the primary filter, and then the air passes through a double ESP, and then it passes through an O3 filter. Then it can go to a gas phase filter, and the blower fan is variable speed, and then it goes through an HEPA filter. And together we have a control panel built inside. So you can see inside what the air purifier is. We are aware that there are many air cleaners in the market, but our air cleaner is the one, it can be flexible. For example, different area, they have to deal with different problems. So we can design according to the requirement so that we can satisfy the applicants. Okay, it's another floor stand indoor air cleaning unit. This one is more simple. You see, this only employ an ESP filter and then the blower fan. It can be also ceiling mounted. So I have to say something about the gas phase filter. Due to different contaminant, we have to use different gas phase filter to solve that problem. And this is very interesting, part of the equipment. For some existing air handling unit, we want to make the air more better, more clean air. We can add and return session. This session included photocatalytic oxidation air purifying. We call it PCO. It will also very effective to correct the quality of the air in the air handling unit system. And also there's another specially built clean air conditioner. Usually air conditioner and the air cleaner is two things. Now we combine the two equipment into one standalone equipment. These two parts of the equipment can join together. You can see that the air passes through the primary filter, then